I'd like to make an announcement before we start. If at any point during the game you find yourself thirsty, you should quench your thirst with a delicious Sprite.
We're doing product placement?
You've been waiting all week for that.
Welcome to the first episode of the Ironlands, where four relative strangers venture forth in a world full of wonder and mystery. A world inhabited by creatures of might and legend that walk among man, elf, and dwarf. Follow them as they journey through lands filled with magnificent cities, resplendent kingdoms, and awe-inspiring landscapes. Ancient temples, dungeons, and hidden mysteries await these brave and heroic adventurers to unlock them, revealing long-forgotten secrets. The Ironlands present a blank canvas ready for the stroke of sword and magic to be swept across it by those heroic enough to face danger, mystery, and near-impossible challenges. Will these four become heroes of greatness, conquering the lands, defeating dragons and dark lords, and reaping the spoils of their victories? Or will the lands and creatures prove too powerful a foe and emerge victorious? It remains to be seen. You find yourself in the Ironlands, a land that you call home. For reasons only known to you, you find yourself far from home in a land of unfamiliar people and places. Your journey has been difficult, and you have overcome threats, both of beast and nature, but you have persevered. You are driven by something inside you that you haven't quite figured out. Perhaps you seek answers that could not be found where you were raised, or maybe you heard of an item of legend weaved in a tale by a traveling bard in a smoky tavern room that set you forth on your adventure. Whatever the reason, you were pulled from the safe and familiar place you called home to travel the lands to find whatever it may bring your way. Through your travels, you have heard rumors, some believable and others too fantastic to be true. Tales of great winged beasts, large enough to carry away a horse, or giants that stand 3, even 4 times the height of a man, and creatures of the night that slip into your dreams where you can't hide. Some speak of the undead walking the land, while others talk of demons and devils disguising themselves as a friend or loved one, only to take your soul when they earn your trust. You have heard of places of wonder in the Ironlands, forests with trees so massive that they grow as high as the heavens, with trunks wider than houses where fey creatures dance in the summer nights below the stars. Some tell of great mountains that belch flame and ash into the sky and cover the land in thick rivers of fire where creatures of the underworld create their mischief. Others speak of a desolate land where nothing grows, where they say a being of darkness and evil is amassing an army of servants that are bent on the destruction of the Ironlands, while some speak of an army of dragons that dwell upon the continent of Arcania to the east, that are intent upon invading the Ironlands and enslaving the races under their rule. You choose to believe what you wish as these stories fill your head, but for now, you are intent on your current journey. Gemma, it is early spring, and the storms have been especially violent, particularly out in the open plains where you have been traveling for the past few days. Late in the afternoon, the winds pick up, and the sky began to darken, taking on an eerie purplish color. Soon, the rains followed, and driven by heavy gusts, the droplets strike like tiny needles, stinging any of your exposed flesh. You pull your clothing tightly about you and press on down the road, seeking whatever kind of shelter you can find as the massive storm drives towards you. It is difficult to see through the rain, but to the southeast, you see the edge of what looks like low hills, and you pick up the pace towards them. Flashes of lightning reveal a row of craggy hillocks, and during one of the lightning strikes, you see one rising slightly above the rest that seems to reveal an overhang, or perhaps even an opening. To the west, the storm grows in intensity, and as you leave the road and race towards the hills, a sound catches your ear in that direction. Turning, your heart sinks as you see the dark clouds swirling across the plains, forming a twisting column of darkness. The storm has formed into a tornado, and the sound that emanates from it is that of 1,000 wailing voices, ominous and frightening as it grows louder. The hills are close, and you fight the winds that blow at your back, threatening to knock you to the ground and roll you like a boulder down the mountainside. As you reach the rocky hills, you begin to climb and climb higher, and you see what appears to be an opening in the hillock between two tall spires of rock that jut upward like fangs, and you push yourself to reach it. You step inside, leaving a storm behind you, to find a cavern of stone and dirt. Looking about, you see nothing of note, and after gathering enough brush and dry sticks, you set about putting together a small campfire, hoping to dry your wet clothes. Abel, you find yourself caught in the same storm, the massive tornado unquestioningly heading in your direction. You look about for shelter and note the same opening in the rocky hillocks to the southeast. You fight the storm and make your way up the hillock toward the opening. You reach it, and you step through, relieved to be out of the rain, and surprised to see that you stand at the entrance to a cave where you see a small fire burning and a figure before it, warming their hands. Gemma, as you sit or stand by the fire, your eye strays to the opening, the crack that allowed you entry into this cave, and suddenly you see a light filling the crack, and then a figure stepping through.
I'm gonna look at him, and I'm gonna say, "So, were you caught out in the rain too?"
Yeah, pretty bad out there.
We'll come. The fire's warm.
No, thanks. I'll pull up. Is there like a rock or something I can sit on?
There's ground.
That'll work, I guess.
Gemma's sitting just kind of cross-legged on the ground in front of the fire. She's kind of put her pack and stuff to the side.
Yeah, I'll carefully place my things on the ground and start taking off my cloak to wring out the water, dry it by the fire.
The fire is small, but it affords warmth. A fire is always comforting. You look about, the cave is perhaps 40 feet in diameter. Your shadows dance, but not too far as the flame is small. Your eyes adjust. You look about. You do not see another exit from the one aside from the one you came in.
I will extinguish the light from my blade and place it down next to my pack.
I kind of point at you said your blade was lighted?
Always.
Or lit. I kind of point at it and I say, "How did you do that?"
It's a trick I learned when I was younger. Can't always be carrying a torch around in this weather.
Quite fancy.
Nothing special. I'll just be rubbing my hands trying to stay warm.
You're not one of those magic-y people, are you?
No, not particularly. Is that a problem or?
No, just curious.
No, just passing through. Making my way to Northdale.
What's in Northdale?
Oh, well, just go to see some friends.
Well, probably won't get very far in this weather.
No, I think not. So shouldn't, can't imagine that tornado will last much longer. It's back to the road.
Gemma's gonna kind of take her hands out and kind of cup them together like she's holding, like you might cup water or something, and kind of generate what looks like a little orb, kind of like a snow globe, that kind of shows the rain from outside. And I'm gonna cast Druidcraft to predict the weather for the next 24 hours.
Okay. You do. You note suddenly the girl in front of you rubs her hands together, and appearing in her hands, as described, a small crystal.
Yeah, kind of like a glowing orb.
You see her face is illuminated in it as she looks into it, her eyes concentrating. As you look within, you see dark skies and rain covering the land that you are in.
Yeah, so it looks like it's gonna last quite a while. And then I kind of just clap my hands together and it goes away.
Look over. Oh, you're not one of those magic people, are you? Look down.
Not the kind I was talking about. Not the kind that could do something like that. And I kind of gesture towards like the hilt of his sword or whatever his blade was.
It's a Kopesh, thank you.
I'm sorry. Forgive me.
Oh, it's quite all right. Name's Abel, by the way,
Gemma,
if you're interested.
I hold out my hand for him to shake.
I'm kind of looking down. I don't know if I would notice it, honestly.
I kind of hold it out extended for like an awkward minute, and then I kind of just bring it back.
We'll get back to you guys. Fane, you find yourself caught in a storm. Fancy that.
Oh no.
You look to the west and you see a twisting mass of cloud. You know you have to get out of this. The storm is massive and it is tearing up the ground even as you watch. You look about and you notice rocky hillocks to the southeast. You make your way towards them, fighting the storm the whole way. As you approach, you think you see an opening in one of the hillocks. You make your way towards it. It is indeed a crack in the rock. You make for it, and you step through, and are greeted by two figures around a small fire burning on the cave floor. You look about. It's a decent-sized cave. Not much to it, aside from the two figures and the fire. Give me perception rolls, Abel and Gemma.
Oh boy. I tell you, he's no Kane.
You don't get your plus 10.
I get a flat 10.
Your back
You're
is
looking down, it's fair.
Yeah, your back is to the opening. Where you sit, Gemma, you have full view of the opening, and surprisingly, you see another figure step through.
Oh, look, we have another friend.
Oh, hello there. Fane steps into the cave and he's got an ornate white staff in one hand. And he cautiously looks in to make sure that no one has weapons drawn or is making any hostile movements, and walks further in. Bad weather out there.
You don't say. It's probably going to last a while. Have a seat.
Oh, why, thank you. Fane takes his staff and points it at the fire that's there and casts a quick spell, it seems like, and the fire gets a little bit bigger and a little bit warmer.
Gemma just kind of watches and narrows her eyes and then looks at this elf with a staff who kind of changed the fire. And she says, "Ah, you're one of those magic-y people, aren't you?"
Well, yes. Why?
Just curious. Where did you study?
Um, at home in Sigium.
Have I heard of that city? Do I know where that is?
You can give me a why don't you give me a history roll.
I rolled a 22.
22. Yes, you have.
Okay. Um,
You don't know much about it, but you have heard the name. With your roll, you know that it is far west, basically north of the Twilight Peaks and Malvenor, west of the High Moor. Quite a distance from here, to say the least.
okay. I'll say, well, you're a far way away from home, aren't you?
Well, yes, I've been traveling for a number of years, and you can kind of see that Fane is very, very, very young for an elf, especially to be out adventuring.
I'll be just sort of flicking my eyes between the two of them, observing the conversation.
You
He
do.
gives you a little wave.
An interesting group, to say the least.
Give a slight nod, but not sure why he's waving at me.
Well, come have a seat. Tell us more about your studies.
Oh, yes, my studies. Well, you know, I'm a spellcaster. I travel. I learn things. That's what elves do. Is there anything really you'd like to know?
No, just curious.
No. Well, I mean, there's not much to me. My name is Fane.
Well, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Gemma. And Gemma slowly tries holding out her hand again to see if it works this time.
He kind of looks as you're making this weird movement. He's not quite sure, but he takes your hand and shakes it.
Oh, yes, well, I tried that with the other one and it didn't quite go as planned.
Fane
it's
waves
nice to
again at
meet
the other
you.
figure.
Abel notices like 10 seconds later, and like, oh, and waves back.
Do you have a name?
Yeah, sorry, I'm Abel.
Well, it's nice to meet you both.
Under
Glad to have at least some good company as we escape the rain, even if it's a bit quiet.
We'll settle
Yeah.
in. We might be here for a while.
Fane takes off his pack and sits down closer to the fire.
You do. It is warm. A much better change from the driving rain you experienced outside. Rando, the massive tornado is almost upon you. You know it is close. As it spins, it spits debris. It is picked up and showers down upon you painfully, cutting into your backside. You look about for shelter and note an opening in a rocky hillock to the southeast. You fight the storm, pelted by rock and wood, and make your way up to the hillock towards the opening. You reach it and wonder if you could fit, as the opening is tight, much smaller than you had hoped. You turn sideways. It is difficult for you to slip through. The sides of the rock are rough and sharp. They dig into your skin. But the tornado is almost upon you, and you care little for pain as you make your way through. You step through, relieved to be out of the rain, and look about. You see a cavern with a small fire burning and 3 figures before it. The 3 of you have been speaking, and then you hear a noise at the opening. all eyes turn, and you note a large figure basically ducking down and twisting its body, sliding into the cave. It is massive, perhaps and 7.5 feet in height. Now that we're all here, let's do descriptions. Randa, why don't you go first, since you are the center of attention?
All right. Fane did make the light brighter, or the campfire brighter, if I'm correct, right?
He beefed it up a little bit.
All right.
Yep.
Just so I know, how roughly am I angled? Like hunched over, or like having to have my head tilted slightly to,
Yeah, you basically like ducked and then twisted your body around, so you're almost at like a full crouch, bending over.
All right. So you see before you, as he kind of manages to get through, a very tall but not very stockily built figure, looking closer to what a giant would. You can barely make out through the fire that he has some kind of tribal-like tattoos upon his face, but the clothing he wears is minimal at best, as it seems like the armor he wears was torn apart and reconfigured to fit him as best it could. You see what looks like a thin rope hanging to the right of his side, while attached to his left side he also has a shield firmly in place. He has no hair upon the top of his head, but he has a very grizzled beard that looks slightly blooded, as almost as if he had been in a recent fight with something.
Any weapons?
That's the rope, they see.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. Fane, why don't you describe yourself?
Like I said, Fane appears to be a young elf. He's very stereotypical. He's got long, sort of silver hair, blue eyes. He wears fairly plain, but very well made, kind of just white tunic, leather pants. He's got an ornate white staff with a little bit of gold leaf inlay, and he also wears a short sword on one of his hips.
Very good. Abel.
Sorry, coughing. Jeez. Abel is a rather young human. Looks to be maybe 17 to 19 years old. Pretty slender, a little bit below average height, probably like 5'8". And he has blue eyes as well. He has blonde hair tied back in a short ponytail and a bit of a facial stubble. It doesn't look like it's, there on purpose, just out of convenience. He wears very simple clothing, rather roughly hewn sort of brown cloak, some pretty beat up leather boots, and a short sleeve black tunic. On one arm he has a tattoo, and it's rather large. It's an image of a mountain at the base of the mountain, sort of surrounded by trees with some tropical birds flying about. And I think that's about it. As far as weapons, he has a kopesh, which is like the curved sort of sickle blade thing. You can look it up.
Gemma.
Gemma is an elf. She is about 6 foot tall, though it's kind of harder to see since everyone came in when she was already sitting down, kind of just cross-legged before the fire, looking kind of very comfortable sitting on the ground. She's a very slender build, though. She almost looks kind of very thin. She has long brown hair that's tied back with a loose band, just to mostly keep it out of her face. She has bright green eyes and fair skin. She has a bit of a thin face, kind of high cheekbones and a pointed chin. She wears leather armor. She also has a shield and a scimitar and what looks like a staff made of some kind of like dark wood. It's kind of leaned up against the wall. And I think that's her, yeah.
Very good. You note the large man who is now finally squeezed his way through. As he mentioned, his clothing is minimal, and you note that he has no boots. His feet are bare and slightly bloodied, perhaps from the stone of the hillocks that he climbed to reach where you all sit. What do you do when you see this massive figure enter through the crack?
Fane waves.
Scoot a little bit closer to my weapon just in case.
Free, I love it. Gemma just kind of looks him, like starts at his feet and then kind of looks all the way up to find his head, and says, "Well, you're quite large. Getting in from the rain."
Yeah, being pelted doesn't really do me well.
None of us, it would seem. Well, try to get comfortable.
You see, he'll move over to the campfire just a little bit more and will attempt to sit down as best he can.
You begin to make your way over. The storm outside intensifies. The sound is eerie, almost a moaning sound. You feel the hillock begin to shake, and then shake more violently. From the opening, debris sprays into the cave. It continues to shake, and you think perhaps the ceiling is going to fall in down upon you. Rock begins to fall from up above. You all spring to your feet. The violence is extreme as the cave continues to shake, and then the entrance to where you came in, you see it completely crumbles, rock flying. You think perhaps this cave is going to fall in upon itself. Everybody give me perception rolls.
Hey.
Hey.
First nat 20 of the new campaign, ladies and gentlemen.
Here we go.
And probably my last.
Abel finally looked up.
Fane is too busy trying to wave and catch the attention of the new person there.
Apparently everyone is.
Keep waving until he waves back.
Yeah.
The three of you, your heads turn towards where the crash came. Abel, you remain a bit calmer and look about, and as the cave continues to shake, you look, and the back part of the cave falls in upon itself, and you see an opening. The cave continues to shake, rock. Everybody give me dexterity saving throws. You all spring aside as the cave from the front where you entered begins to cave in towards you, rocks falling down. A few sizable chunks drop down towards where you stand. You all dexterously move out of the way. It is apparent the cave is going to crash in. What do you do?
I will grab the tunic of the person closest to me and say, behind us there's an opening.
Amidst the chaos, Abel grabs you, Fade, and points. He is surprisingly calm, considering your situation. But when he points, you note an opening across from where you entered, leading into darkness. You all note that now, as he points. What do you do?
I cast a quick light spell on my staff
You do.
because it looks dark.
Gemma just kind of mutters, "Wizards," and then she starts kind of carefully going towards the opening that he pointed out.
Yeah, I'll quickly grab my stuff off the floor and start dashing towards the opening.
Fane will wait for the other two skinny people to go first.
What do you do, Rando?
Rando will get up and try to not exactly brace the ceiling a little bit more in the meantime while they're while they're going down, but when it gets to that way, hopefully it doesn't collapse while Rando's waiting for all three of them to go down first.
You look, you note the ceiling is perhaps 20 feet above you. Rocks continue to pour down. Who goes through the opening?
If it seems like our cave is like collapsing, Gemma's gonna go through.
Oh, it's collapsing. Rocks begin to fall. You hear the moaning sound outside, building as more debris splashes in. The rocks continue to fall. You head through the opening. Who's next?
I'm going through.
And then Fane.
And then, of course, Rando.
You are the last to pass through, and you hear the crashing of rock as the cave behind, and perhaps part of the hillock itself, falls down. You are sprayed with dust and dirt, and it seems that your way back has been closed. You look about, the light of the staff exposing what looks to be a tunnel made of dirt and rock, perhaps 10 feet wide at the entrance here. It slopes downward into darkness beyond the length of the light from the staff.
Well, that was unfortunate. Gemma's just kind of looking around.
As described.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Fane sneezes, but then turns around and extends his hand to the rather large stranger behind him. "Hi, I'm Fane."
You see Rando looks down and just looks at the hand and goes, Rando.
Fane continues smiling for a moment, seeing that he won't shake his hand back. He turns around, kind of gently tries to encourage the party to move on.
Start walking, Fane?
Yeah.
You do. You see the elf holding the staff with the light begins making his way down the passage. I'll assume the rest of you follow.
Carefully.
Rando does pull out his shield just in case. Never know.
Good enough.
Is down the somewhere he has never been.
You do. Currently, it's wide enough to go too wide.
Gemma will walk up next to Fane and kind of pat him on the shoulder and say, "Don't worry, the other guy didn't shake my hand either."
He kind of chuckles.
Who, me?
You hear that
Yes,
from behind
you. Mr. Lightman.
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
It's all right. I forgive you. I'm a very forgiving person.
not the most perceptive at times. But there'll be time for handshakes later, yes?
We could try again if you like. As we're kind of walking, Gemma turns a little bit and extends a hand behind her.
I will take it.
Much better.
Well, I've been practicing since we were sitting by the fire.
Good. You've improved greatly. You should teach our new very tall companion there.
Yeah, Fane looks sadly at Rando.
What?
Well,
Abel
everyone
has
else is
something
shaking
he wants to
hands.
teach you.
What is shaking hands?
Oh. Abel, go teach him.
No, I'll watch you from here.
Oh,
As I hug the wall.
Well, Fane walks back and extends his hand and he says, "Will you put your hand in mine?" And then we clasp them gently, please. And then we shake them up and down, and that's how you meet people.
You see Rando, slightly confused, he pulls out his right hand as
Gently.
and tries his best to do gently. I don't think Rando really knows.
No
gently.
promises.
Fane is a very delicate elf.
Should I roll for gently?
We'll say that you just maybe squeeze a little too hard and Fane pulls back.
There you go.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay. First time for everything.
You see he shakes his hand a bit, rubbing it with the other hand.
See Rando looks at his hand and just kind of opens and closes it a little bit, almost as if he's studying his own strength.
So the task at hand.
Yes. Forward.
You continue forward. The two elves actually, in the fore, the light from the staff illuminating. At times, the corridor itself narrows so that only you can slip through one at a time, perhaps 2 to 3 feet wide. You squeeze through Rando and follow your companions. You proceed. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, I was going to say I'm just going to relight my blade so that the rear has some light, just in case.
You do. Suddenly, Rando, you see the man pull out his blade and speak words, and suddenly the dagger that he holds glows with a light.
I speak the words very quietly.
You do. You're in a corridor where it echoes, but you do speak it very, very quietly, almost to yourself. You proceed down perhaps 80, 90, 100 feet, and you note, Fane, that there seems to be an opening ahead, or at least the corridor widens greatly.
Fane points.
You see it as well, Gemma.
Oh, yes. An opening. Thank you for pointing that out, Fane.
He smiles.
Gemma just continues forward.
You do. You as well, Fane?
Yep.
You make your way forward, and indeed, it is an opening. You look about. It must be a much larger chamber than the one you were in before, as the light of the staff reveals a bit, but not that much. And even with your elven vision, there is darkness beyond. What you note most of all as you stand there, you find yourself at the edge of what looks to be a small body of water, black and depthless. Its surface is still, but for heavy droplets that fall from the ceiling high above, which is also beyond your vision. You two give me perception rolls.
Don't ask for those.
That's nice.
There will be a lot of them. Don't you worry.
Hey.
Expect a lot of that.
There we go. You both stand there. You hold the staff before you, illuminating a little more. As you watch Gemma, you note waves of ripples spreading out from various spots on the surface. You also note, as the light splashes out, bits of what perhaps were land jutting maybe a foot out of the water, 2 feet here and there. And further still, now that your eyes adjust, what looks to be some type of a, for lack of a better word, a small island in the center of the water. And you note what looks to be perhaps some type of a shelter or lean-to.
I'm sorry, do we all see that or just the two of them?
You make your way forward. Give me perception rolls, you two, if you want to survey the area.
All about surveying.
Rando would like to as well.
It's a solid 3. See my shoelaces.
Solid 11.
You look about, as noted, a small body of water. It is dark, and that is pretty much all you can pick up from where you stand. The others still in front of you a bit. You also note, Gemma, that there seems to be some type of a, not so much a walkway, but an outer perimeter of land that circles the water.
Okay. I'm gonna say to the others, it looks like there's some kind of shelter on that island out there in the water. That's interesting.
She points.
We're not alone.
You all see it. It looks to be made of, you're not sure, perhaps broken wood and moss. Difficult to tell. The island itself is perhaps 10 feet in diameter.
Does it look like it's been here for a good long while? Or
Tough to say from this distance. It's probably a good 50 feet away.
Should we go look at it, see if anyone's home?
Just be clear, this is across a body of water, right?
Oh, you said it was on basically an island that's surrounded by the water.
Yeah, and there were like bits of land that were jutting out of the water, so potentially could be a way across.
Yeah, if there's a path we can take, we can go check it out.
You note, Gemma, they're pretty spread out. To be able to jump from one to the other would.
Okay, so negative on that.
Yeah, it wouldn't get you there. Yeah, there's just not enough.
We could perhaps walk around it, see if there's a path in the back.
I like this idea.
Oh, good. Lead the way.
Not that long ago.
Vane continues walking, expecting everyone to follow since he was told to keep going.
You can go around. You can go around to the right or to the left, Vane.
Left. It's an easy decision.
Look at that quick decision making. We didn't even have to flip a coin this time.
Well, you always go left.
I know, we flip a coin.
No, I always go left.
All
Don't
right,
let me
let's
lead
go
if you're ever
left.
in a maze.
If you want to go right, don't let him lead.
Yeah.
Moving forward.
Let's go left.
I was asking.
Oh.
I forgot the question. I forgot the question mark. I'll take that as a no.
What was the question?
No, I don't.
I whispered a question to him.
I was gonna say.
You begin making your way around to the left. You get perhaps 40, 50 feet, and the path that you're on has crumbled away, and there's about 10 feet of water. Give me a perception roll, Fane.
What did I say?
That's why I keep doing it. There you go.
He's extra alert right now.
Well, yeah, probably because one wrong move and you're falling into water, so.
You lower the staff and actually plunge it into the water, and you note that at most it's probably 3 feet deep.
Temporarily putting everyone else in darkness.
No, there's another light on the blade of your companion
right.
table.
It's not that deep.
Oh, well then lead the way.
Rando, do you give piggybacks?
It's not that deep. You said so yourself.
Well, we just started to dry off.
What are piggybacks?
Well, it's this thing where I jump on your back, and it's a non-hostile action, so you don't do anything scary.
He wants to ride you.
Abel's gonna start walking in the water.
Like a horse.
You see without a word,
Looking.
Abel steps by everybody, puts one foot down into the cold water, and begins making his way across. It comes up to his waist. And go ahead.
I was just going to say Gemma looks a little surprised and then says, "Hey, it's not that deep." She kind of elbows Fane in the side.
Fane kind of begrudgingly goes and pokes his staff everywhere he's about to step.
You make it across and to the other side, Abel, pulling yourself up back onto the path. You are wet, but you're still
Nothing new there.
Yep.
You didn't tell me upper body strength was required to get to the other side.
You follow, Fane?
Oh, yeah.
You use the staff and, as you said, poke away, looking perhaps for any pitfalls, but find none, and you reach the other side where your companion Abel is standing.
Offer up a hand.
Fane smiles and takes it.
You see he hefts you up on the land, and you are indeed soaking wet from the waist down.
Fane realizes now that they have both light sources. He waves the others on. Come on, let's go.
Gemma will follow.
You all make it across. You keep an eye, Gemma, on the water, noting that the ripples that you saw before are present at this part of the cave as well.
As Rando is making his way through as well, right behind Gemma, he's keeping an eye on Gemma.
You do. You see she makes it safely, and with the help of her other companions, is lifted up. You just basically
I'm
double
thinking it's like, what, no more than knee deep at most?
for you. That's probably thigh deep for you. It's still 3 feet, but yeah, it's no bother for you, and you just reach the other side, put both hands on the ground, and push yourself up easily. You continue around, and there are perhaps 2 or 3 more breaks in the path. You follow the same routine, and you reach basically the opposite side of where you came in. You see an opening there, darkness, another tunnel perhaps, but you see no path on this side that leads to the island in the middle.
Do we care? Fane asks.
Well, I'm curious.
Shrug.
To go check, if need be.
Gav, you want to go around a bit the other way? Is there basically a ledge just around the whole room?
Yeah, pretty much. There was an outer ledge that went around both sides.
Okay.
Rando will attempt to make his way. though when he's in the water heading towards the island, he will be cautious enough to, watch his footing.
Okay.
Do you need a light?
If you want
Do you need a light? Fane just tries to cast a light on Rando's shield.
Okay. You see the staff light go out, and shortly afterward, your shield begins to glow with a bright light.
Rando temporarily shines it towards the water. Does it illuminate the water at all, or does it still look as black as ever?
It reflects off the surface, but the light is bright. In fact, you thrust your shield into the water, and the light illuminates below, and from where you stand, it doesn't look that deep.
Alright. Rando will try to make his way through using that method to make his way to the island.
Okay. Give me D20.
Alrighty.
You see your companion Rando, the large man, step into the water and just begin powering across, his legs pushing forward. It begins to drop down a bit, but goes no deeper than your chest. You reach the other side, the small 10-foot diameter island, and you note the lean-to. You can tell from here that it has been here a long time.
Alright, Rando will take off his shield and kind of place it up on the island and then heave himself up.
You do. You push your way up and stand there dripping. You look at the lean-to. It is rotted wood and moss, halfway fallen over. As you view it, there's a bed of moss beneath. That is all you can see.
Taking the shield, he'll with the light, he will try to kind of look inside a bit more, see if he can get a look underneath the cot or whatever that is there. If he needs to move it, he will try to do so carefully.
Okay, give me an investigation roll.
Alrighty.
I will turn to my companion and say, "Do you think it's wise to separate? I read somewhere that you shouldn't,
Well, how far out is
separate the
he?
group."
He's about 50 feet away.
We can still see him. He's right there.
Random
Yeah.
4.
I'll just shrug. Okay.
You angle the shield and begin digging through the moss. At first you find nothing, and then your hand, as you reach down, closes upon something that is not moss. You pull it back and open your hand and note what looks to be, or perhaps what may have been, a leather pouch. It crumbles in your hand as you open it, and you see the glint of rusted coin, silver and copper. There are perhaps maybe 10, 12 silver and half as many copper. But they have been here a long time, and the silver is tarnished, the copper completely rusted, to the point that you cannot recognize any symbols or insignias upon the coins.
Rando will put them in his little makeshift pouch he made out of his backpack for
Okay.
later use.
Make note.
Alright, you said how much was there? Roughly?
There were 14 silver and 7 copper. And that is all you find.
Alright, with that, he will, using the same method, he will make his way back.
Give me a D20.
Alrighty. Alrighty.
Back in a moment.
2.
You see your large companion. You see he roots through the lean-to, digging, and then you see he stands, lowers himself into the water, and pushes himself through, making his way back to you, reaching the other side.
Did you find anything interesting? Any sign of who might have lived there?
No, just coins.
All right, fair enough.
Any good coins?
You see the elf perks up.
Silver, copper.
No. Fane puts a light back on his staff.
You do. You see your shield glows no more.
Well, at least
You actually-
he's not going to try blinding me anymore.
You actually felt comforted by the light upon your shield, as your vision in here is much worse than the elves.
Yeah, I've got to say I'm quite comfortable. I guess we push on.
It's either that or just...
Take a nap.
Actually, I don't know what else we could do. Try and dig our way out, I suppose, is the only other option.
Yeah, Rando, are you doing okay? You seem to be a little bit banged up there.
It's just from the storm, nothing serious.
Okay.
I'm used to the pain.
Now that you have a chance to look at him, you note the bare skin is it's basically peppered with small cuts, but you don't see anything too dramatic that would be of concern to you.
Okay.
I suppose we press on.
Is Abel back?
Yes, he is.
Yes.
There he is. Your companion joins you, and you decide to make your way down the path, the one that you just discovered, heading again in a downward slope.
Oh, let's go deeper. Totally.
The two elves in the lead. You make your way down. Similar to the other passage, it widens at points and narrows. You continue on perhaps another 70, 80 feet, 90 feet. And again, Fane, you note that the path widens ahead, perhaps another opening.
Just keep walking.
You do. You make your way forward. And you find yourself at the mouth of another cave. It looks to be of natural stone. The floor and ceiling, as you look about, dotted with stalactites and stalagmites. It is damp in here. Heavy droplets of water fall from the ceiling above. And as you look down, you note the floor is covered in a layer of water. And you see small pools forming throughout. Perhaps an inch deep everywhere, aside from the pools that have formed. You can see the ceiling, even though it is perhaps 40, 50, 60 feet above you. For growing upon the ceiling and the walls, you note thick, luminous moss of greens, casting an eerie, greenish glow throughout the cave.
That must be a little bit better for our human friend. Is Rando human?
Goliath.
You're not sure.
Gotcha.
Oh, it's alright.
Basic features would give him the appearance that he could be, but he is just very much taller than the, in a sense, actual human.
I'll just presume that he's human for now then.
No, Fane, you can give me a roll. Why don't you give me a nature roll?
Nature. That's
He's like,
Oh, yeah, okay, I can do that. He's a human, I told you.
Yep. looks human to you.
Has Gemma ever seen this kind of moss before?
You can give me a nature roll.
I would love to.
Oh, and actually, just so you guys all should know, since there is enough light to actually see Rando in kind of like full view, his skin is actually more ghostly white than a human's would ever be. So he looks very pale, almost as if he were dead.
Of course it does.
Fane is too busy to really care.
You've seen them before, Gemma. Yeah, basically they are just harmless green luminescent moss.
Okay. Gemma's gonna just note it and say, shall we continue on, perhaps being mindful of the pools of water that are formed here?
We can clearly see where they are, I assume, yeah?
Yeah, the whole floor itself is beneath about an inch of water, but you can see areas where the water has pooled up. Basically, where the stalagmites on the ground have formed like a circle. So you're not really in any jeopardy of falling in, but good advice nonetheless.
Wonderful.
Make your way
Proceed
in.
ahead. Yeah.
Give me
Not a care in the world.
well, in that case, Fane, give me a dexterity saving throw.
Okay, not that many not cares.
With no care in the world, you begin to make your way across. As you do, suddenly you hear a noise above you. You look up in time as you see one of the stalactites on the ceiling comes crashing down. It is perhaps the size of your companion Rando. You jump back with a start, and you see it smashes into the ground where you were standing, exploding in a shower of rock. You see when that happens, the lichen begins to glow even brighter.
Fascinating. Gemma just watches entranced as this whole thing happens.
I probably don't even notice the moss. I just kind of like look a little bit terrified and back at Rando. Would you like to lead the way?
You see, he shrugs. Sure, why not?
Move fast.
Yep.
You do. You get perhaps halfway across the room, and then you hear sounds all around you from above. You all look about and see nothing at first. And then you see images outlined by the growing moss, the luminous green above. And you see figures winged making their way down towards you. Let's roll initiative.
Prepare for my initiative to still be shit, even though, yep, there it is. Doesn't matter what my fucking modifier is.
Alrighty. I'm going to just do 2 groups of 4. Yeah. So basically, I'll give you a description, and you can figure it out from there. You all look up, and you hear the flap of wings. As you look up, there are perhaps 7 or 8 fairly decent size. You would say probably the size of a small dog, but they are bat-like. You see black membranous wings spreading out, flapping, and trailing behind them, long rat-like tails, perhaps 3 feet long. as you see they make their way down towards you all. The first group goes off at 12. Ooh, and the second group goes off of a 23. Alrighty, you see the creatures suddenly dive down towards you. Let's see. Rando, you are 1 to 2. Gemma 3 to 4. Abel 5 to 6. Fane 7 to 8. The first one at Rando. The second one at Gemma. The third goes to Fane. And the fourth goes to Abel. Go figure.
Hey, look at that.
The fifth goes at Fane. The sixth goes at Abel. The seventh goes at Abel. And the eighth circles around and goes at Abel as well. You have 4 of them on you.
Sounds about right.
Yep, that would be the one on Abel. You see it swoops down. Its leathery wings flapping, coming straight at you. You see you duck beneath, and the creature flies past. The one on you, Rando, swoops down. You see, you bring the shield up, blocking its way, deflecting it off of you. What's your AC, Gemma?
Depends on what you rolled, Matt.
That's a super good question. 16.
Depends on what you roll, huh? You see the one that comes at you. You duck and turn to the side, and you see it flies past. And the one on you, Fane, flies down and misses as well.
Note that my AC is a little bit lower because I haven't cast Mage Armor yet.
Gotcha. Well, I rolled a 3, so you're all
Perfect.
set. Rando, you can take a swipe at the one that flew past you.
He does so after he pulls out his whip and attempts to attack him.
A whip. Interesting.
You can-
Seeing it in the light, you take notice of sharpened blades that protrude from his wrist. Does a 13 hit?
Does a 13 hit? A 13 does not hit, unfortunately. You see, you pull the whip out and snap it towards the creature. It swerves. It is quick. You note that, and it flies past. Anything else for you?
Nope.
Gemma.
I have a question first. Have I ever seen anything like this before?
Give me a nature roll.
Okay. 10.
You have not.
Gemma just kind of, as one flies up to her face, Gemma just kind of almost leans into it a little bit, peering at it curiously, and says, "Fascinating." And then she unhooks from her belt a brown leather mask that has these kind of like a design etched into it in these deep red markings, and she places it on her face. And it almost sticks to her face almost of its own accord. There are no straps or anything. It just kind of stays in place where she puts it. And then she draws her scimitar and tries to stab the bat in front of her.
Very good.
Oh, good. Gemma's a serial killer.
Hang on, I have a picture of the mask too.
Oh, of course you do.
11 to hit.
You see, you pull the mask down, and in one motion, draw the scimitar and swing upward. And the creature, as you note, is very quick. It veers, avoiding the attack.
That's pretty cool.
That's
Gemma
very
just kind
cool.
of says, muffled through her mask, even more fascinating.
Alrighty, anything else from you, Gemma?
Nope, that is it.
Alrighty, Abel, you've got a party.
Oh yeah.
You see 3 swoop down toward you. The first, you sidestep, avoiding it. The second, however, you see it comes down, and it latches. You feel small claws dig into your shoulder, but what's worse is the tail comes up and around, and you see, with a snap, it wraps around your throat.
Jesus Christ.
You will need to grapple to break free. As far as damage goes,
Do I get a save for the initial grapple?
yeah, it's a comparison. So give me
So I'll have to roll.
it's basically either athletics or
Athletics.
acrobatics, whatever you
Oh,
choose.
thank God. I was hoping you'd say that because I thought it was just athletics.
The person initiating it is only athletics. The
24.
receiving end gets to do either or.
You reach up as the tail wraps around your throat. You feel it constrict, but then you are stronger than this creature. You reach, your fingers dig underneath. You pull the tail off and shake the creature off. You take 3 points of damage.
Cool. You got that, Kazu?
The last one, you see it comes towards you. You are ready for its tactics now. You see you duck easily, and it flies past. The last one comes down at you, Fane. You see you bring the staff up with the light perhaps blinding it, and it misjudges as it flies past.
Oh yeah.
You are up, Fane. You see 2 creatures harassing you.
I'm just going to take a step to the left and cast Mage Armor.
Okay, so by doing that, you will basically leave the other creature's area of attack, so it will get an attack of opportunity. But
Does
you can
5-foot step provoke? Does
Yeah,
5
no,
foot
there's-
thing?
That's not in 5th edition, my friend.
Is threat range, basically.
Yeah, there's no 5-foot step anymore in Dungeons and Dragons, so basically you can cast your mage armor from where you stand.
Well, I will cast my Mage Armor where I stand.
You do so. Yeah, anytime you leave an area, so if you went backwards, they would both get attacks of opportunity on you.
Yeah, and moving here would provoke this one here. Because you're leaving, it's basically all the squares right around it is its threat range for 5 feet. And leaving that range without taking the disengage action will provoke opportunity attacks, basically.
Gotcha.
Alright, what am I doing wrong? Oh, I know what I'm doing wrong. Okay. I just noticed your message, Fane.
Yeah.
And one more question for you.
Yes.
Solid.
Yeah,
Oh,
This
that's
was
for there,
before the
man.
W, not after.
yeah, I'm learning. That's why
I was
you're
like-
here.
You guys remember the time that Caleb whispers his entire backstory to
Oh
me?
yeah, that was funny.
The one that I never read.
Yeah, but I managed to save that.
Yeah, Kazu
Yeah, I didn't even
screenshot
saw
this
it
immediately.
until Kaze reposted it.
That's pretty funny.
That was funny. Okay, Abel, you are up.
Well, it's not my fault he deleted and didn't have a backup on his own, you know.
Be an intelligent action to take here.
Play dead.
I'll disengage. Disengage and part of Fane.
Okay, so Fane, just to explain, you can take disengage as an action, and then you can take movement or some other action without provoking an attack of opportunity. So he was right here. He was able to move here.
But disengaging, unless with some special benefit, takes your standard action. So you can't attack or cast mage or...
Correct.
All I've gotten from this scenario is that he's hiding behind me.
You could be right.
No, I'm next to you.
You're hiding behind me.
Anything else, Abel?
Sort of glance at my wounds, perhaps.
Alrighty. Rando, the one on you, seeks to do you harm. You see, again with the shield, you knock it aside. It is trying to get past, but you are too quick. The one on you, Gemma, moves down towards you. And you as well are able to avoid its attack. You see this one fly down towards you as well, Gemma. Dice are not on tonight. You see, you avoid its attack as well. Fane, the one on you, moves down. You bring the staff up again with the light. You hold it at bay. It is unable to strike you. Rando.
I have a question.
Sure.
This is a new campaign. Did you switch back to the dice of ass, or are you still using your good dice?
No, I'm actually not using the dice of ass, but I'm going to find my other good D20 and change things up a bit here. Because I've been rolling.
Thanks for killing us all, Abel.
I've been rolling horrible.
I'm not complaining.
So Rando will take his whip and try to catch it like a fly with a whip. Something like that.
Attack away.
Like a fly with a whip. The classic analogy.
Sadly not.
Again, you snap the whip towards it, trying to wrap it around it, and the creature avoids your attack. Gemma, you have 2 on you now.
Gemma's gonna kind of mutter to herself, all right, one more try at this. And then she's gonna try to slash at one with her scimitar again. Ooh, 15 to hit?
15. You hit.
Look at that.
Describe your attack.
So Gemma's gonna kind of try, as she sees this kind of large bat flying towards her, she's gonna try to slash kind of like at one of its wings, and then probably miss its wing and kind of just nick its body. And then as she does so, she's gonna take a note of what color its blood is.
Very well, you do. That is exactly what happens. You miss the wing, but you slice across its abdomen, drawing a typical red blood.
Oh, excellent. Good to know. And that is her turn.
Good enough. You see, let's see, where do they go? The first one comes down at you, Rando. The second one at you, Fane. And the third one, who's here? And now I will do their attacks. The first one on you, Rando.
The classic Fane and Abel.
I like that. That's good. That'll stick. The second one, you just keep that shield up. You're keeping them at bay, unable to do anything but with the whip, but staying out of harm's way. The one on you, Fane. Again, you bring the staff up with the light. And the one on you, Abel. Boy, I am rolling horrible tonight. You see, it moves towards you, trying to strike you around the throat again, and you avoid it. Bane, you have 2 on you now.
That's fine. He quickly looks over to Abel and says, "Do you trust me?"
Just sort of stammer.
Here's where Bane secretly casts level 3 Fireball.
Large person.
Do you trust me?
I just stammered you. It's the heat of battle. I'm not a good talker when it's we're calm at a campfire. I don't know what you're expecting from me.
I motion you to step aside.
Okay, I'll do so on my turn.
And then I delay.
What action?
Can I do that? Can I
to
delay
ready
or
an
do I
action.
have to ready?
Yeah, so
Go ahead.
yeah, go ahead. No, go ahead. I gotta read something anyway.
Okay. So yeah, in 5th edition, you there's no actually delaying your turn at all. You for your standard action, you ready an action, and that could be anything from as simple as a bonus action to an actual standard action that would happen.
So you can say, when Abel steps aside, I will do this.
Okay. I'm going to dangerously take a step backwards, provoking 2 attacks, yes.
Yes.
Matt.
Okay, so you do take 2 attacks of opportunity.
I cringe a little.
Wow. Okay, 6 and a 3.
Awesome.
You
And I
successfully move back. Go ahead.
I ready an action to cast a spell when Abel steps to the right.
Okay. So basically, you ready the
I'm
action, and the trigger would be when he moves.
Specifically to the right.
Yep.
And provoking attack of opportunity, but he can live with it.
I actually won't provoke because you already wasted the reactions.
Oh, well, even better.
Yeah. Each person
Abel.
only gets 1 reaction a turn.
That makes sense.
I will
You see-
oblige. Step to the right.
He does.
I wince a little bit as I bang my staff on the ground and kind of shield my eyes and stick my other hand out, and a ripple of thundery stuff comes out of it. I need each of them to make a Constitution save.
Okay. What is the spell DC?
I want to say 13. Does that sound right? Yeah.
13. Okay.
Also, for the record, thunder damage in this game is literally just sonic damage. I don't know why they call it thunder, because there's never any visual component, really, right?
It's thunderous force, so it's non-elemental.
Oh, okay.
So Constitution save. Alrighty.
Is so how many? Is it actually like a 15-foot line type thing, or?
It's a 15-foot cube.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So it is getting all through.
Yeah.
So we want to go left to right, Matt.
Yeah. So this one fails. This one fails. And this one succeeds.
Okay, the 2 that fail take 13 damage and are pushed back 10 feet if they survive. And the one that makes it takes half.
You see you slam the staff down, and you all hear a crack of thunder. You see this one and this one both fly backwards and continue to fly backwards further than the 10 feet, and you see they smash to the ground, unmoving. You see this one is knocked back 10 feet, and you see it rights itself with its membranous wings flapping, but remains. Well done.
He doesn't get pushed back.
Oh, because of the save?
Yes.
Gotcha. Okay.
Can I
Now
attack
Abel
him?
may resume.
You can, Abel. Yep.
I look to my left as I imagine like a gush of sound just comes crashing past me.
It does
And
indeed.
then I'll bring up my blade and try to. Is the thing like hovering? Or is it like kind of actively moving?
Basically, it's kind of darting in and out, so kind of hovering, but still within your range.
Rolled a 24. Does that hit?
That will hit.
All right. Well, as it does like a strafing run past me, I'm just gonna sort of try to time it, and then I'm gonna bring up the Kopesh and try to just like gut it, like drag the sort of pointy hooked end, like do a line across its belly.
Alrighty.
10 damage.
You do. Describe how you gut this creature.
Yeah, like I said, as it darts by, I'm gonna sort of like, I'm in combat, I sort of maintain like a low crouch sort of pose. And so as it flies over me, I'm gonna sort of dart up to full height and just hook the blade into its gut, and as use its flight momentum to just kind of bring the blade across its gullet.
You eviscerate it. The entrails spill on the ground as it falls dead.
Try to dodge the entrails.
Yeah, absolutely. No problem. You still have movement left if you wish to take it.
Yep. I'm just gonna 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 feet.
Vane tries to high five you as you run by.
Probably not gonna notice. I'm not the only person that I mentioned.
Okay. The
I like that Fane
creatures.
keeps it upbeat even in combat, though. I appreciate that.
You see the creature on you, Rando, in the middle, attacks. You see again the shield. Blocks it. Gemma, the one directly in front of you. You see it hovering, darting. You see it catches you off guard. Its claws dig into your shoulder, and the tail wraps around your throat. I need a grapple roll from you.
Womp womp.
I went to ask Matt, are the creatures reacting in any way to the light of my blade? Do they seem to like avoid the light at all, or are they just kind of doing their thing?
They're kind of doing their thing.
Okay.
Yeah. You don't think they're affected too?
Didn't seem dissuaded by it. Okay.
Yeah. You take 3 points of damage, Gemma, as the claws dig into your shoulder, and then the tail wraps tightly around your throat, and you feel it immediately begin to constrict. Your breathing becoming difficult. The one to the right seizes the opportunity, darts down towards you, but you're able to bring your blade up and over, knocking it aside, avoiding the attack. I believe that's it for them. Rando.
Does Rando manage to see what Vane does?
No, you are too entrenched in combat. You heard something very loud and you felt the cavern shake.
Okay.
But you're not really sure.
Alright, instead of the one that Rando's been having fun ping-ponging with, he is actually going to go after this one over here. Attack.
Okay. Easy enough.
22 to hit
You hit.
with 10 damage.
Describe what the whip does when it strikes the creature.
It goes and wraps around its body. I'm guessing doesn't manage to clip any of its wings, as the blades seem to wrap and push themselves, digging themselves into the creature's body, as he then pulls down, ripping them out at the same time, causing bleeding to come out profusely.
You do so. You feel if you got more of its body, you probably would have cut the creature in half. Regardless, you see that the body is rent and blood gushes. You see it basically dips about a foot above the ground and then flaps its membranous wings, hovering and remaining. Gemma, you have one wrapped around your throat and two others within range to harass you. What do you do?
So Gemma heard the kind of
Boom.
loud, thunderous blast to the side, and she was about to kind of turn her head and make a comment when this tail kind of wrapped around her neck and started squeezing. So she kind of takes her scimitar and she tries to like slice through the tail that's around her neck.
Okay. Give me a roll.
16?
16 will do the job. Give me damage.
4.
You see, you bring up the blade, and there is just enough tail, as most of it is wrapped around your throat, but it is indeed about 3 feet in length. Careful not to cut yourself, you drive the scimitar up, and with a slicing motion, you cut the tail. But unfortunately, it is still wrapped around your throat.
Gemma just chokes a little.
You also take damage. Hold on one second. It is... You take 2 points of constricting damage. Even though you cut it loose, the tail seems to have its own muscle built in and remains around your throat. Anything else for you?
Nope, that's it.
Rando, the one on your left, moves in. What's your AC?
17.
17. You see it comes down, the claws dig into your neck, and then you feel the tail wrap around your throat. Give me a roll. Grapple. You feel it wrap around tightly, immediately constricting your breathing. It is strong. You take 6 points of damage as the claws rip into your skin as well. The one that you struck, you see it flaps its wings and tries to escape. You get an attack of opportunity on it.
Alrighty. Nope.
Preoccupied by the tail wrapped around, cutting off your breathing, you snap your wrist up with the whip, and you see the creature is too quick and disappears upward. You can still see it silhouetted in the green moss. It is out of range. Fane, you find yourself alone.
Not for long. Thane will rush up to right beside Gemma. Will that provoke from that first bat thing?
Nope. You can enter combat areas without provoking attacks for opportunity.
Okay, perfect. He carefully picks his way, his path through not stepping in any of the puddles, and draws his short sword while he does so, and then slashes out at the creature trying to protect Gemma.
Okay, give me a roll.
I'm assuming the one that's grappling her, or?
Yeah. No.
Yeah, no.
You are cautious, trying to avoid striking your newfound companion.
A little too cautious.
She is grasping the tail that is still wrapped around her throat as the creature darts around her. You miss. It is too quick. Abel, is he back yet?
I never left.
Oh, somebody left. Was it Gemma?
Sorry, I was the one who left.
Okay.
I'm gonna try to sort of loop around, like this, and I'm gonna try to do the same thing.
Sure. Bring it.
I totally have an attack macro. I don't know why I'm typing. .24, and it is a sneak attack, so it's 8 damage.
Describe how you kill the creature.
Well, I'm gonna sort of try to stealthy loop around this one, and I'm gonna overhand with the Kopesh and sort of just try to sever its head, trying to avoid the whole tail situation, so I don't like cut Gem in half. Sort of taking advantage of the fact that it's distracted, I just use like the sort of inner circle part of the Kopesh to sever its head.
You do so. You see it severs cleanly, the body falling limp to the ground. Anything else for you?
No, I'm good.
Alrighty. Rondo, the one directly in front of you. Rando, I apologize. You see it darts down toward you. You are now held by the other one, and you see this one seizes the opportunity. The claws rip into your face, and you feel the tail wrap around your throat. Give me a grapple roll.
Yep.
You take 5 points of damage as this one attaches as well. You feel both of them constricting around your throat. The claws scratching on your face, bleeding. Let's see. Fane, Gemma, and Abel. You see it goes at you, Fane. The one that's been harassing you.
Good.
You see, you keep the staff, keeping the creature at bay. The light, again, perhaps blinding it, you're not sure. But its attack is harmless. You fend it off.
Once again.
Rando.
Do I take any strangling damage?
You can attempt to grapple one of them to remove it.
Oh, so if I keep them grappled on me, I take it at the end of my turn. Is what I'm assuming then.
Yeah, you'll take the strangulation at the end of your turn.
All right. Rando is at this point taking his chain whip and turning it into a groat as he attempts to go after the first one that decided to strangle him.
Okay. Roll.
20 to hit for 13 damage.
You see, describe. I like the way you did that. Describe how you do that.
Basically, ignoring exactly where the blades are, he wraps part of the whip around as, since the creature is close and strangling his neck, he pulls it around the creature and brings it around its full body as he tightens the grip and pulls it until it basically cuts through the entirety of the body.
You slice it in half. Both halves fall to the ground, unmoving. You take a point of strangulation from one. Actually, the other one, when it fell, it released.
Yep.
Gemma. There was one within range.
Am I still being choked?
No.
You are.
Or okay.
No,
Because
the
Abel
thing
killed
died,
it.
right?
No, I killed it.
Yeah, but she cut the tail off. It's still wrapped
Yeah,
around
it was
her
still
throat.
attached to her on my neck, right?
Yep.
So Gemma is gonna like cough and sputter and go, I can't breathe. And then she's gonna reach up and try to yank it off.
Give me a roll. You can roll with advantage.
Okay. Is that still acrobatics?
Yeah, it's either acrobatics or athletics,
Okay.
whichever you choose.
11.
Actually, no. For you, it would be because you're. No, I'll give you that. Yeah. It's still the aggressor. You reach up, dig your fingers around it, and you snap your arm, pulling it from around your throat.
That was. Gemma spits a little. And then, as her bonus action, she calls out to Rando and says, Are you doing all right? You don't look great. And she kind of whispers in Druidic to herself. And I will give him a healing word.
Okay, roll it.
Rando can only grunt at this point.
Oh no, I feel you. It's a heal 5.
Alright.
Suddenly you feel a warmth spread through you, Rando. You don't really understand it first, but it is pleasant as compared to the tail that is wrapped around your throat. Let's see, anything else for you, Gemma?
Nope. That's it. I just kind of pat Fane on the back and I say, you're braver than you look.
He beams back at you.
Alrighty, they are done. Yeah, he's gone. This one?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's gone. You don't see him anymore. Fane, you're up.
Fane kind of takes a second to look from his staff to his sword, to his staff to his sword, trying to figure out which one to use. And I can step here, right?
Yes, yeah, you can move wherever you want as long as you don't leave their attack.
Yeah, no, I just wasn't sure because of the dead creature there. So I'll step up there,
Sure.
and then I will cast Ray of Frost.
Okay, Ray of Frost. Refresh my memory. That's what I'm looking up. You have to roll to hit with that.
Yeah.
So basically you'd be at disadvantage anytime you cast an attack spell like that, or any type of missile. Like if you're going to shoot a bow from that distance and you have something right on you, you do it with a disadvantage.
Yeah, I'll try it anyways. I make lots of bad decisions. How do I roll disadvantage?
So you roll two d20s and take the worst.
Is there a way to do it with the rolls though?
You
can
can
just-
I think so.
just do in the roll command, do 2d20 instead of 1d20. Even though add them together, you can look at the see what it rolled and take the worst with your modifier.
Sure.
That's a simple way.
I usually just roll 2, personally.
So 13.
There you go.
So
Does a 13 hit?
It does not. You throw your hands forward. You see.
Pull my staff forward.
What does the spell look like? The Ray of Frost.
Just a little ray of frost extends. As he extends his arm and his staff, a bolt of frost shoots out at it towards the bat thing.
Gotcha. Okay. You see, the creature is quick. You've noted from the others that you fought, and as the ray of frost strikes towards it, it hovers upward, flapping its wings, avoiding it.
I'm a little bit distracted by the one behind me, so it's okay.
Abel.
I will try to dispatch with this one. That ping. This one.
Yeah, gotcha.
$16.
16 hits.
Don't know why I'm still using my attack macro. I keep forgetting. Doing 11 damage.
11 points. Describe how you got this creature.
Did it ever land at any point or come close to landing?
No, they're quick. Their wings are very large. They've got about a 3-foot wingspan, and they basically hover, and then with the twist of their wing, they fly forward and then flap back. So they're basically kind of going up and down, back and forth.
So whenever I sneak attack, I'm gonna take that as like they're not focusing on me, so I can be sneaky. So I'm gonna wait till he like hovers in front of Fane or something, and I'm gonna try to sever one of its wings.
Okay. Basically the way sneak attack, I don't like the word sneak attack. I think they should have used a different word. But basically you seize an opportunity where it's either not paying attention to you or
That's
get
how
out.
I was thinking of it.
Yeah, it's not like the traditional backstab of D&D versions of old.
Right. Well, I figure because I have to be like, if it's in combat with someone else, I'm taking that as all right. It's distracted by being in combat with multiple people, so I can take that chance to
basically
inflict a greater wound. So when it's like it's like distracted with Fane's Ray of Frost, and try to like slice its wing off or something.
Absolutely. You do enough to kill it. How do you bring it down?
They cut its wing off, and like as it's falling to the floor, just kind of take the khopesh at its gut, pull it out.
You've got it. It falls. It lays lifeless at your feet. You still have a move action.
Yep, we're moving to range with my friend Rando here. And that's my turn.
Alrighty. The one on you, Rando, maintains. You could try to grapple. It's continuing to grapple with you.
Oh, so I have a chance to counter it still.
Yeah.
15. So 17 with acrobatics.
17. Okay. You reach up and you dig your fingers underneath. You are definitely stronger than the creature as your thumb goes under and then your fingers wrap around. You pull the tail off of your neck. Let's see. You are up.
Since it is still in front of me, it hasn't really moved as much. He will do the same technique as he did with the other one and try to bring it down around the creature's body quickly.
Okay.
That'll do it.
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
So there's an extra 2d4.
It's already dead, Kaze.
Oh, I know, but
You hit it for
gotta roll
damn.
it for the total. So yeah, 19.
Describe how you eviscerate this poor thing.
As before, he does the same thing. He quickly pulls it around the body and just pulls it around until eventually the blades from the whip cut into it deep enough to slice the body in half.
You all watch as the final creature that was attached around your companion's throat, Rando, reaches up, digs his fingers underneath, and pulls the tail from his throat, and then grasping what you now see to be a razor-edged whip, he wraps it around the creature, and with a snap of his wrist, you see he cuts the creature in half. It drops to the ground, unmoving. You find yourselves alone in the cavern. The lights from your weapons and also the glowing lichen illuminating the room brightly, but none remain that you can see.
Fane will very quickly cast a spell and remove any blood or gore that have smudged his attire.
A little prestidigitation action there.
Yep.
You do.
Gemma will sit down next to one of the creatures that has fallen and begin kind of inspecting it. She's put her scimitar away and she's kind of just with her bare hands examining it, kind of looking at its anatomy, looking at its wing structure, looking especially at the tail, since they seem to kind of hold on of its own accord. And then she pulls out a small leather-bound notebook and opens it and brings out a pen and starts kind of trying to draw the creature into it.
You all note this as combat has ended. The girl Gemma seems interested in the corpses that now lay at your feet, and, as noted, brings out a book and begins drawing.
Upon seeing that, Rando will kind of move over, peer over her shoulder, looking and seeing what she's doing.
Fane takes the other shoulder.
Abel leaves.
No, Abel was just going to clean off his blade, and I was planning on taking a shoulder, but now there's no shoulders left, so...
You could go in the front.
Well, I'm going to start looking...
Technically, you could technically still stand by Rando. Rando's, pretty much peering over her entire body,
Yeah, he's just standing directly behind Gemma's head, just looking over.
No, I think I'll just kind of look at her, check out my wound a little bit.
Yeah, Fane kind of looks around. He's like, Everybody else is hurt? I lived? What happened?
Dude, you're quite adept in battle. Where did you learn that? Gemma mutters, not looking up at Fane, just kind of still drawing in her notebook.
I had an older brother.
Yes, and?
Do you not have an older brother?
I don't know. I have a younger one.
Ah, older brothers like to throw things, especially spells. Gotta watch out.
Well, I never did that with my younger siblings.
Because you're an
Start
older
wandering
sister.
around looking for the next chamber.
You begin making your way across. It's you guys got about halfway across before the creatures attacked. You're drawing for your companions.
Sorry, you kind of broke up there.
I'm sorry. Describe for your companions what you are drawing, Gemma.
So Gemma is drawing. I don't know how like good the drawing is, but she's drawing basically like a as detailed as she can of like an anatomical sketch of this creature. She's kind of trying to kind of examine its insides as well through the wounds that people have made. She's not like dissecting it or anything, but she's kind of peering in since they're already there. Might as well use them.
I'm sure you've got two really good subjects from random.
She's looking at the ones that have been eviscerated, just kind of taking a peek at their insides.
You do.
And she's drawing to like it's fairly incomplete. She kind of just leaves bits that she can't really depict well, but she's drawing the best kind of sketch of it as she can, and she's kind of labeling it underneath with notes of what has happened about how they fly and how they wrap their tails around other creatures' necks and how they seem to even be able to hold on of their own accord without the creature still attached. And then beneath that, she puts name and then question mark. And then she just writes below it and writes dog bats.
Can I roll a knowledge nature to see if I know what they are?
Yeah, absolutely.
They're called dog bats. Didn't you hear what she said? Jesus.
I kind of shrug.
Yeah, no clue. You've never seen them before. You know, Gemma, when you're dissecting, that it is similar to the anatomy of a mammal as opposed to a rodent. And you also note when you're dissecting or kind of examining the tail that the tail is very similar in design to a snake. Individual muscles with basically a cartilage makeup to it.
Gemma just kind of, like in very fine script, notes that all in her notebook underneath the picture. And then when she's finished, she kind of blows on it to make sure the ink is dry, and then she snaps it shut and says, "So, are we carrying on, or do we think it's late enough that we should rest?" It's hard to tell kind of what time of day it is, being inside.
I think it was night when we got in here, hey?
Early evening, yeah. It was difficult to tell exactly because of the storm that rolled in that basically blackened the sky. But you can tell it was definitely early evening when you all entered the cave.
I mean, I'm okay with taking a nap. I mean, I'm out of spells.
Abel, you make your way across, and directly from where you entered, you come across another passageway leading ahead.
Do I hear this discussion?
You do, yeah. You're only about 20 feet away, 25 feet.
I'll just kind of wait then.
Gemma also, because during that kind of whole thing, in her excitement to kind of examine these creatures she's never seen before, left her mask on, so she kind of gives it a tug and it comes free, and she hooks it onto her belt again. And then she kind of breathes in a little of the fresh air, and she looks around. And probably, I guess, sees Abel kind of wandering off.
You see he stands at the opening.
I'll kind of call out to him and say, What do you see over there?
Hoping for a way out. No such luck so far, I'm afraid.
Just further in.
Looks like
This passage, you note, rises.
might be the way out, though.
All right. Do we think we should check this out, or should we perhaps wait? I think it was getting on to the evening when I guess the cave first collapsed.
You would gather from your travels, the time that you spend, it's probably maybe 7:30, 8 o'clock.
I guess not that late.
Might as well
Onward
continue
and
for a little
upward?
bit.
All right, let's take a look.
As you see, Rando's kind of now actually reattaching his whip to his side.
Question for, sending a quick message here. Fane, hopefully I'll do it right.
/W space.
Well, you know what I keep doing is typing /W Fane, and there's no Fane. It's Doombug. So
Yes.
yeah.
But Fane, if you actually want, go to the gear icon.
Yeah.
Top right.
You can change your display name.
Yeah, you can change your display name.
That's all right. We're fine.
I'll figure that all out after.
Yeah, it's not that important.
Yes, it is.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to know that. Okay. You find yourself in the chamber with the stalactites and stalagmites and about an inch of water upon the ground. And you see Abel at the opposite end, standing in the corridor. What do you do?
Rando heads that way.
Gemma will follow.
Fane kind of skips behind.
You all make your way. You take the lead, Abel, or step aside?
Take the lead.
You all note that the tunnel is indeed rising at a fairly decent angle. You make your way up. You proceed a good distance, well over 100 feet, and you note what looks to be a collapse of rock and dirt ahead of you. You continue on, and indeed, but it is strange. The opening that lies before you seems to be of worked stone.
It's gonna feel the stone.
I skip faster.
You catch up. Yeah, it looks like masonry, worked stone.
That's kind of weird.
As you peer through, your eyes fall upon a wall of stone rising up before you.
Sort of reach out my weapon and try to get a better look at it. Is it like just flat stone, or is it like worked at all, like in terms of like design?
Basically, where you are, the collapse is here, and then about 10 feet from you is solid stone. And you see that the floor here is worked stone. The passage continues to the left and to the right.
It's like a hot dog.
I guess. What do you do?
Guess we're going left.
You go left. A
I
quick
like that we have a
decision.
system.
Seems to be a popular choice. You make your way. The rest of you follow?
Of course.
Yeah.
Yep.
Does height of ceiling seem to be a factor for Rando at all?
Luckily, no. The ceiling in this corridor is about 10 feet. Your companion, Abel, makes his way down. You note as you step through, all of you, you look about. It is definitely work stone. As your companion, Abel, begins making his way down the corridor, the floor bears a layer of thick dust and dirt, at least an inch thick. You would guess that no one has been here in quite some time. The ceiling, as you actually look, Rando, it is covered in a spongy green moss, different than the one that was down below, glowing in the cavern. On the wall,
familiar at all?
it looks like typical forest moss.
Okay.
Yeah, nothing special about it. The passage itself, you note every 10 feet or so, there are times, or must have been, torch sconces attached to the wall. You see some remain, but are tilted, or others on the ground, long since burned out, laying rusting upon the ground. You continue down the corridor, and it turns to your right. Again, the ground, you kick up layers of dust and dirt as you walk. More sconces are found on the walls and the floor. And then at the end of the corridor, you turn right again. And you are the first to lay your eyes upon what looks to be an ancient battle scene. You look and you see a half a dozen or so figures on the ground, all skeletal, covered in a thick layer of dust and dirt. The closest to you looks to be, you would gather, probably a dwarf, thick-boned, wide-shouldered, but short and stunted. A hammer with a rusted head and a shaft that's long since deteriorated, the wood having molded. And next to it, a shield, wooden as well, useless. Upon his body, what may have been a fine suit of chain now lies a rusted suit of armor. There's another body next to it, what looks to be difficult to tell, perhaps a human, no distinguishing features, but as with the other one, covered in a thick layer of dust. You see a rusted longsword still clutched in its right hand, and laying beneath its left arm, a rotted shield. A third body, you note as you turn the corner. You see about half of it on what looks to be a set of stairs going upward. Again, difficult to tell if it's a human, an elf, you're not really sure. What you do note as you look is that the figure bears a suit of leather armor, surprisingly in good shape compared to all of the other items. His clothing, rotted, the boots, rotted. You see two other figures in front of what you now see is a door, a double set of double doors of gold. The figures lay upon their back two great swords, one next to each. Difficult to tell, but they seem as if, well, they seem a bit taller, if you will. On par with your companion, Rando. The rest of you make your way around the corner and you see the scene described. What do you do?
Can I inspect the leather armor? Because I'm guessing mine's somewhat damaged from the bad thing.
You make your way. You step over a couple of the bodies, and your eye is immediately drawn to the double golden doors on your right, directly across from the stairwell where you were headed. The doors seem to be of gold and set in the middle, where the seam is between the two doors. What looks to be some type of a circular disc. You look upon the disc, and its outer edge is studded with gems. And in the middle, you note the markings. You immediately recognize it. Abel, I'll send you a quick whisper.
All right. If you could reply to my previous one as well.
Yep, I got you.
Cool.
That catches your eye as you make your way towards the stairs where the body lies. You continue on. You reach the body. Give me an investigation roll.
Okay, I'll also reply to the question.
Sure.
And I'll roll my investigation now. $21.
You make your way to the body, and as you reach it, again, it is covered in a layer of dust. You kneel down, and you feel something, a strange shape beneath your knee as you kneel down. You reach down, and your hand wraps around the hilt of a blade. You pull it up, and you note a silver dagger.
Put it in my belt.
Okay, give me a sleight of hand roll.
I'm not trying to hide it.
Or just tuck it in your belt? Okay.
Yeah, I'm not trying to be stealthy or anything.
The rest of you note Abel make his way over to the body on the stairs. You all see the scene as described, and you see as he kneels down, he reaches down, and you see in his hand a dagger. He thrusts through his belt, and then he turns his attention to the body. You wipe away the dust and dirt, and you note a suit of black leather armor. It seems to be in fine shape.
Better shape than mine. That's gotten damage from the fight and travel.
Yeah, yours is pretty beat up.
Does it look like it fit me?
You think it might. It's difficult to tell, but you think it might.
I'll give it a shot.
You start stripping?
Sure. Well, maybe I'll pull him off to a corner. A bit modest, you see.
While he's doing that, since that's probably going to take a while, Gemma is going to sit down and kind of cross her legs, and she's going to start kind of muttering in Druidic, and I'm gonna ritual cast detect magic.
Okay. It's what, 10 minutes on that one?
Yeah.
Okay. You do. You sit cross-legged on the ground and begin speaking the words. Rando and Fane, you note as described. As you turn the corner, though, the light from your staff shines upon the two golden doors, again set in the middle, what seems to be a disc outlined with gems, and there is a symbol in the middle. Why don't you give me a religion roll, Abel and Rando and Gemma. I mean,
Abel and Cain.
Fane.
Would you like to say that one more time?
You too. Abel and Fane and Rando.
And we did such a good job of trying to like
Yeah,
make
we
all
were,
our
like,
names
coordinated
start with
letters and
different
everything.
letters.
They're too close to the old names, though.
That's not my fault.
Fane and Kane
What?
and
Well, that was not his fault. He wasn't warned.
Okay, I
Rando
got
is
it.
definitely
One.
unique in naming, so
that's enough out of you.
Didn't have anything with an A. There was no fucking Abel or Apple or Adam.
The ground begins to shake.
20.
20. Okay.
nope.
No clue. You take a look, Fane, and you note the symbol in the middle is that of Sunar, the Lord of Hope.
Can you spell that?
Sure. Give me 1 second.
Oh god, he's one of those note takers.
Shh.
Notes.
Don't tell anyone. And I didn't forget about your question, Kane. Abel, I'll get back to you when you are. you know I'm going to do that a lot. Kane and Abel, you son of a. Yeah, that's what you see, Fane.
I walk over to Gemma, who is obviously quite busy, and I kind of give her a little poke, and I point and say, Sunar. And then I look at her again and say, fascinating.
Gemma like cracks one eye open to look at him and like keeps muttering and druidic to herself, and then she closes her eyes again.
You can give me an Arcana roll, Fane.
Love the sass.
Fascinating. 15.
You're bright enough to realize she's casting a ritual spell, and that you probably shouldn't bother her because you might screw it up.
We have a history of screwing up rituals in this group.
I mean, it's only 10 minutes.
Or 48 hours for Kaze.
And he almost made it. He almost made it past the first 2 hours too. It was pretty good.
Exactly.
That was not our fault. That was Caelim's
That
fault.
was 100% Cameron's fault. I still maintain that.
Of course.
I was gonna try to stop him, but I never thought Caelim was gonna make that strength roll.
To
I
be
thought
very
he was gonna
honest,
fail.
I whispered that to actually make it that Kaze knew that like anything could fuck it up. He prepared and somehow he fucking got this right.
Fantastic.
Fascinating.
As you look, Fane, aside from the symbol and the disc, there is writing upon the wall as well, but nothing that you recognize.
I can't read it.
You cannot. You can make an Arcana roll to see if you can kind of figure out what language it is. But
Let me think on this.
is that 17?
Yeah.
You would guess it is Abyssal.
Aw, hell. It's a joke.
I get it. Abel, you work on the armor, and when you go to put the armor on that you find, you notice that it actually was a little snug when you first started to pull it on, and perhaps the leather stretched for it now fits you perfectly.
Nice. This is black.
It is black leather.
Cool. Sort of, stretch a bit, get used to the new feel.
It's like a second skin.
Okay, it's a weird way to describe it, but I'm about it. And then I'm gonna go over to that symbol again and check it out.
You do. As described, you recognize it as the symbol of Sunar, and the writing above it is written in Abyssal. Or Abyssal, or however you pronounce it.
Abyssal.
Thank you.
Don't speak Abyssal, unfortunately. But That's fine. All right. We all ready to go? Or try to go. Figure out where to go.
There is a set of stairs leading upward. You see your companion,
Gemma,
Gemma,
a spell.
is doing something you're not really sure.
Yeah, sorry, but I thought by the time he stripped a body, took off his armor, put on new armor, that would be about 10 minutes.
Now it is.
Light armor only takes 1 minute, Bree.
Oh,
I'm not
really?
Kane anymore. It doesn't take me 45 minutes.
Enough time has passed that you finished the ritual.
God, I almost said Brie. But yeah, Gemma's gonna get up, and she's mostly interested in the door. But I mean, I guess since it's a radius, she'll kind of look around to see if there's anything magical. But she was mostly interested in the door.
Give me 1 second. I'm gonna send you a message.
All right.
I'll send you a message, man.
Maybe I'll send Rando a message so he doesn't feel left out.
Yeah, we're gonna do this again.
Just wait until the 4 separate campaigns start.
Yeah. So you don't really know this yet, Fane, but the last group of four did anything but keep the group together.
Pretty much.
To be fair, it was mostly Kaze's fault.
Well, I want to hear how.
Because Kane was busy being a gentleman and bettering himself, and then you guys would go off and do all sorts of wacky shit.
Hey, all Bree did was get people gifts. That was all her entire side
with
campaign
all of our gold.
was getting gifts.
That sounds like a nice way to spend your time.
Well, you see, my half-orc fighter Kane was in culinary school at the time.
Makes sense.
God, the campaign sounds so weird when you describe it to anybody else.
Yeah, pretty much. It's one of those.
Gotta make a living somehow.
You had to be there to really appreciate a half-orc going to culinary school.
Oh no, it wasn't really to impress
secret.
Ushara, was it? But I was going to tell him about your love affair with Ushara. Or your one-sided crush.
Unrequited love.
Oh, rogue.
Well, you don't know that. You don't know what her intentions were.
It's true.
That's fair.
She
What an
was
unresolved plot line.
I love how the dice always knew. Whenever I had a charisma roll with Ushara, was always above 15. Thank the dice for that. They knew it was up.
Yeah, no, you always did pretty good on your little charm attempts.
My negative charisma.
Passive intimidations, the works.
Oh, good times.
Gemma's kind of walking around the room, but she kind of glances over at Abel, like something kind of caught her eye, almost like a light in the corner of her eye, and so she kind of just turns her head and looks, and she says, "You might want to examine the armor and the blade more carefully, just for future reference. They have some kind of magic on them."
Okay. I don't really know much about that stuff.
Well, perhaps you could ask the more magically inclined if they can help you figure out what it does. Gemma just kind of glances at Fane.
Over to Fane.
Fane kind of wasn't paying attention. He's like, oh. He walks over and kind of starts poking Abel with his staff. He's like, I have no idea. I just wanted to poke you.
And then Gemma's going to go over to the door and kind of examine it more closely.
I assume, can I arcana it to find anything out, or is that a thing?
Basically, sorry. I know you haven't played 5th, so basically, in 5th, the way Matt does it anyway, you can sort of spend during a short or long rest, you can kind of tinker with a magic item to discover its purpose. And then also in 5th, like the more powerful stuff, you have to attune to it.
Yes.
And you can attune to 3 items. So
yes, I do recall that conversation.
When we rest, I'll fuck around with stuff and I'll be like, oh, it does this, and you have to attune to it or not.
Gotcha.
But I guess you could identify it if you had the spell. That would save time.
No. I just wanted to poke you.
Fair enough.
And then Gemma kind of walks over to the door and starts to kind of examine it. You see every once in a while her eyes kind of flick back over to Abel, but then she turns and looks back at the door.
Yeah, I'll also investigate the door.
As described, each door is about 10 feet wide and seems to be made of gold, or at least gold-plated. The symbol set in the middle is about a foot in diameter, with multicolored gems all the way around it, with the symbol of Sunar in the middle.
May I roll investigation to look for any sort of hidden switches or anything like that?
Absolutely, yeah. Give me a
As
roll.
he's looking, I'm gonna tell Abel there's some kind of very
9.
strong magic coming off of it. It seems very protected magically. I don't know if that's something you can just see.
Nope. So maybe we shouldn't mess with it then.
Perhaps. It is interesting, though.
You could always check out the stairs.
We could. Can I like kind of walk over to one of the bodies and see if I can tell I know they're just skeletons, but see kind of if I can tell how they died. Like, does it look like they were definitely like in battle with like weapons? Like, are there nicks on the bones and things like that? Or does it look like
Yeah, give me an investigation roll.
Ooh, 21.
21.
Yeah.
Yeah, you basically look at the 3 bodies you would gather with that roll. One was definitely a dwarf. The other 2, more than likely, with the way their bones are structured, that they probably were a human. The other 2 that had the great swords, you note as you make your way over, you begin brushing away the dust and dirt to get a better look. And as you brush around the shoulder area, you note that a strange bone juts out horizontally on either side. You continue to brush away, and when you are finished, you see the unmistakable outline of bone of wings.
Gemma calls out to Fane and says, "Do you want to see something fascinating?"
Always.
He kind of gestures him over and points out the wings.
You look
Stairs.
as described, wide-spreading wings.
He kind of looks at Gemma. He's like, okay.
Have you seen that before? Is that normal where you come from?
No, is it normal for you?
It isn't. That's why I said it was fascinating.
Oh, yeah, it is.
Gemma kind of narrows her eyes and then she sits down next to the bodies and she starts to draw them in her notebook.
Can we tell what it is?
You give me a roll. Give me a let's see. Give me an Arcana roll or a History roll.
Can I try to?
Yeah, absolutely. Where are you able?
I was gonna go peek at the stairs. I don't want to interrupt.
Gotcha.
I shrug.
Yeah, you're not sure. I mean, you've in your travels, in your studies, you've heard of creatures capable of flight, but nothing of this description. Gemma, I'm sending you a note.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to peek at the stairs and I'll come back to the group, see what they're looking at.
Okay, I'll get back to you.
Basically just seeing how far they go up, if they're like a very long staircase or anything like that.
Where's Rando?
Rando has just been kind of going around, looking over the bodies and technically doing something that would probably seem weird to you, but at the same time probably could be praying. Not really.
Oh god, I was gonna say, I hope you're not cutting off heads and putting them on spikes.
No.
Can't deal with that again.
I don't even have spikes to, put them on, so.
You make your way up the stairs, Abel, and...
No, I don't. I'm not going up the stairs. I'm like leading into the staircase and seeing how far it goes up, and then coming back.
Oh, okay, I thought you said you were checking out the stairs. Okay.
Yeah, no, I'm checking about in terms of like,
They go up.
They go up. They turn. They spiral.
They go up, straight up. They go perhaps... Well, they go... let me double check something here real quick.
Trying to trap me going up the stairs alone, man.
So you're going up alone, huh? What's the range on your vision?
60 feet.
60? It goes past your vision upward, and you can't see beyond. It disappears beyond your vision.
Yeah.
So it's at least
I think
6.
light's 6 feet, right? Dim, yeah.
Okay, just double check if it's different. Whisper me.
Yep. No, I if I can't see up, then I assume it's further up, and fuck it, I'm not going alone. I'll head back and sort of see what Gemma and Fane are looking at.
They are both standing over one of the 2 taller figures that you saw before, and as you note and look, you see 2, at least one of the figures has wings sprouting out from its back.
Okay.
Write you a note here real quick.
It's 40 feet, by the way, for light. I thought it was 30 and then 30, but it's 20 and 20.
Okay, good enough. No question to you, Abel. What I just sent you.
Okay. Did you see what I sent back?
Yep.
Oh, okay. So, maybe we should get going. I saw a staircase over there. It goes pretty far up.
Has Gemma done her thing?
Yeah, Gemma just kind of draws as long as they let her, and then she'll close her notebook and stand up.
Yeah.
Fane would see if he's looking at the like at her notebook, if she's looking at her drawing. Gemma labeled her drawing of the skeleton and kind of the wings coming out of its back.
Yeah, he'd be able to see that if he was looking over your shoulder.
Oh, he's not really looking.
But he's not.
He's not the perceptive type.
Then he does not see it.
You
And Gemma just kind of snaps her notebook closed and stands.
Yeah, let's get out of this room. I'm gonna head to the stairs quickly.
Okay, good enough. The rest of you follow?
Sure.
Yep.
You make your way up the stairs. They go up perhaps 70, 80 feet. And you note there are a set of double doors, not gold, but steel. Yeah, I was going to ask you that, Abel. That's what I thought.
That's what I figured.
That's what I thought. The doors here are of heavy, heavy steel. They are open. And as you make your way through, you note damage to the inside of the doors, basically where they would have met together in the middle, where the seam is.
Like someone like crowbarred them open or something?
Yeah, they were, without doubt, they were forced open by some force. Difficult to say.
Difficult to say what? Okay. Can I investigate that and see if I can maybe determine if it looked like it was just like ripped off?
Yeah, roll.
It's 14.
14. You look and you determine that it was probably a combination of probably a crowbar or some sort of, wedge implement, and there is deterioration denoting what you would guess to be acid.
Okay.
I'll give you a quick note, because this is something that you would have picked up on.
Feels so special.
You're pretty special. You're pretty special today.
Shit, what happened if we went right? God knows. Thank God Fane was here to lead us.
The whole night would have been different.
You're welcome.
It was a totally different adventure if you guys went right.
Okay, good to know.
The rest of you make your way up as Abel, I almost said Kane, as Abel is examining the door. You note a chamber made of stone, finished stone, but it is disheveled and a mess, and immediately your nostrils are assaulted by just a horrible smell. You look about, you see layers of dirt, tree branches, leaves that must have blown in from above. You also note carcasses, some stripped clean down to the bone, while others that are probably causing the smell in here of rotting flesh and fur and entrails. The room itself, at one time, you would gather, was probably exquisite at one point. As you look about, the walls are decorated with scenes of angels and divine beings. In each corner, what may have been fine brass or bronze braziers are now greened with age and lay quiet. Upon the ceiling, a chandelier of crystal hangs from the ceiling. There must have been at one time furniture. You see the remnants, but they are now broken, faded, and useless. But it stinks.
I'm gonna pull up my cloak around my nose, and I'd like to go investigate the. So there's like a relief, like of the angels and stuff.
Yeah. Basically, scenes of divination, things that you recognize. You recognize in several of the scenarios the god Sunar, Lord of Hope, and also Valric, the sun god, his symbol being a downward sword with rays rising up from the hilt.
Can you spell that? I've misplaced my pencil.
Absolutely. Hold on one second.
Oh, there it is.
Maybe we'll spend some time just sort of admiring, sort of like feeling the sculptures, being distracted.
You do. You recognize quite a bit of it through your studies. There are famous scenes. You've seen paintings of some of these scenes before. Tapestries. And some you
I'll
don't
basically
recognize.
be doing that until someone like stops me to make us leave.
What are the rest of you doing?
I look at Gemma. And I point at the stuff on the wall and I said, they're still intact. What a relief.
Gemma just kind of looks at him and kind of narrows her eyes a little bit and says, yes, fascinating. And then she kind of turns and looks at Abel again, kind of curiously.
He's paying no attention to you whatsoever. He is intent upon the drawings.
I know, she's just watching him.
Yeah,
just curious.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm sort of like lightly touching with my hands, sort of feeling the reliefs and stuff, and all around the room.
They were painted.
Oh, I'm sorry, they were painted.
Yeah, they were.
Okay, cool, even better.
Well, you said relief. That's why I made the pun.
You can paint a relief. Is it a painting or are they actually like carved in?
But yeah, they're painted in. If I said relief, I meant painted.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
Gosh.
So
Pun wasted.
But much more lightly.
They're chipped and faded. I mean, they at one time they must have been exquisite, but with nature and time.
And what else was in this room? Sorry.
Paintings.
Would you like to search?
Sure.
Give me an investigation roll.
Is my detect magic still up?
It's 10 minutes.
Yeah, it's 10 minutes.
Yeah, I would say.
Do I sense anything magical?
It's near the end, but you walk around the room and you do not.
Okay. I also asked you a question earlier. Do you want me to re-ask it?
More than likely I missed it, so yeah, ask away.
Okay.
You walk around the room, Thane, and kind of kick through the debris and refuse, and I'll assume you avoid the carcasses.
I'll give him a little bit of room, yeah.
You make your way about and are about to give up until you note what looks to be. At first, you thought it was just a pile of leaves and wood kind of combined, but you note sticking out from underneath what looks to be a sack.
A sack. I'll poke at it with my staff.
You do. It is brittle, and the part that you kind of jab at tears apart a bit.
Is there anything in it?
You sweep away the debris. You take some wood, there's some bones there too, but you push past that, and it's basically, you go to pick the sack up. Each time you grab a piece, it just falls apart in your hand. But you dig through, and I will send you a message on what you find.
Okay.
So while Matt's typing, you guys are something funny. My friend was texting me about an hour ago. He was like, "Oh shit, you're playing D&D. Sorry, man, I'll let you go. Make sure you don't haphazardly slaughter any innocent villages." And I was like, "Wow, too fucking soon, man.
Wow, that's harsh.
Too soon."
You see Fane trying to pick up this sack, and all these coins start kind of clanking out. He's like, "Well, at least, it's not a total wash."
But he will briefly turn his head before going back to the paintings.
There's more, by the way, Fane. I'm just having difficulty copying and pasting.
Yeah, that's fine. I start.
You want help?
No.
No, Rando's asking in person to Fane.
Do you have an extra sack?
You see Rando kind of points all over where his armor is, where basically there's makeshift pockets everywhere.
Fane kind of looks at you, your tiny pockets, and then back to the stuff from the sack, and he says, "I got it, don't worry." Kind of.
They're not really tiny, because they're basically big makeshift pockets that he, fashioned from a backpack he had found.
Oh, is that also in there, Matt?
Yeah, basically all three that I whispered there.
Okay, I put
whispering
all
going
of
on
that
for the
stuff
first session.
in the leather sack.
Okay. You tuck it all away.
Yeah.
Where were you, Rando? Where were you in this room?
Um, he's just kind of looking around. Temporarily looks over the paintings. Um, but then he mainly goes over to the bodies until he hears the clanking of coins falling, offering help in a sense.
Excellent. Excellent. You're doing that. Abel is admiring the artwork, and Gemma watching on when you hear a noise from above. Coming down the stairs, you hear something large and loud.
I hide behind Rando.
You do. He's big enough to hide behind.
Rando
Abel's
pulls
still
out his
on the
whip,
paintings.
ready to attack if it seems like an enemy.
Alrighty. Gemma?
Abel's still on the paintings, in case it didn't come through.
Gemma just kind of raises her shield and kind of calls out to Abel a little bit and says, we might have company soon, if you'd like to pay attention again.
What?
I just kind of point
they're
towards
all
where
in,
this...
they're all ready for combat. I'll just sort of shamefully take out my weapon, look down.
I just kind of point in the direction the sound is coming from.
As you do so, suddenly you see a creature step into the room. It is massive. Its face is ape-like. It stands well over 8 feet tall, perhaps even 9 feet. Its body covered in a thick, dark brown fur. Its arms, impossibly long, hang down at its side, one of which you see dragging what to you would be a small tree limb, but to it looks like a club. The face, ape-like, its mouth, you can see, filled with sharp teeth and tusks rising up from its lower jaw. Even before you see it, its stench precedes it. It is overpowering. It bellows as it looks about. It sees all of you. We'll roll initiative.
Hey.
I win.
You win the internet.
Wouldn't be the first time.
Can't wait to get alert. Fuck all of you.
Wow. Team player there. Make notes.
That's right.
Note taken.
God damn it, Kaze. Of course.
Honestly, I was looking for like a Gorillon token and I couldn't find one, so it is now that. So 23.
Oh, they're pretty good. Jesus.
Yeah, really.
And
Why don't you roll higher
14 to
next
go.
time? The creature has an 8.
Has an 8 initiative. I'm assuming it's large?
It is 9 feet tall.
Well, I meant like kind of like size width wise, like token size.
Capital L large?
Yes, it's a men's large.
Why does that gorilla look so seductive?
Oh, the first one.
I think that's a
was
personal
note that I
question.
pulled out, so.
It still occupies 1 square though. It's not a 4 square monster.
That's
So
what
it's small
asking.
L large.
Yeah, small L large.
This is medium.
So it would be coming from there. Abel is over to the side. Fane and Rando were over there. Gemma was about there.
No, I'm hiding behind Rando.
Oh, that's right. I
Can we
apologize.
sorry, can we just shift down a couple squares so that like we can get behind the thing if we want to? Or is it like against the wall?
It is actually in the stairwell, but yes, I will accommodate you.
Thanks.
How's that, buddy?
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
it's good. I'm just gonna keep moving myself back respectively.
It's like chess. Yeah, you see it bellows, and you don't think it's here to make friends. Fane, you're up as you strategically place yourself behind Rando.
I want to cast a spell.
Okay, what do you got?
Ray Frost.
Okay, roll the hit.
I crit.
Well, look at
What
that.
do I do?
You basically roll double damage and add your. No, actually, there's no modifier, so double damage.
Okay. Is that the right amount? D8?
Yep.
Yes.
So you basically you
Yeah. And its speed is reduced by 10 feet until the start of my next turn.
Is it now? Okay.
nice.
Because
Very
I'm
nice.
cool like that.
Yes, you are cool like that. Describe your. Is it just similar to the other one? Just a
Yeah.
ray from the end of the
Second.
staff?
Second verse, same as the first.
Okay, excellent. You see the frost strike the creature in the chest, and it looks a bit confused as it strikes it. Anything else from you? You can move. You can do a bonus action.
No, I kind of step half a foot to the left just to get a little bit more behind Rando.
Here you go. Okay, Rando.
Table. Yeah, table.
Oh, my bad. Okay, go ahead, Abel.
Gonna crouch down and sort of dash towards the creature, sort of like flanking around it a little bit. And I'm gonna try to cut at its like leg.
Okay.
Oh, I have a fucking macro for it. Keep going to type it.
Use the macro.
It's a 20 to hit.
A 20 will hit.
9 damage.
9
It's not a sneak
damage.
attack, right? No, it's not till later that I get to go. If I go before it, right? That's a assassin thing.
Let me double check. I always get confused on the rogue. I thought if you went before they did, you get your sneak attack. But let me just double check.
No, it's only if you have advantage. What the
Yeah,
assassin does is if you go before them, then you get advantage, and that gives you your sneak attack. But that's
Okay.
only with assassins, not rogues.
Well, it's 9 damage then. Thanks, Christina.
I'm sorry.
Way
I'm
to
sorry.
help the gorilla beast.
I tried to help you, and you ran up to it anyways. So that's on you.
Well, yeah, I mean, what was I gonna do?
Shoot a
I
bow.
should have waited for Rando to go. That's what I should have done.
You try to hamstring the creature. It is much too large, and you're not really sure about its anatomy. But you damage it as it cries out, turning its attention to you. Rando, you're up.
Rando unleashes his razor web and lets it hang down as he moves forward slightly, and then pulls it back as he whips at the creature. Will 14 hit?
A 14 is, it does indeed hit. Yes,
Alright, then he takes 9 damage. Look at that.
9 damage.
3 9s in a row.
As it whips around its belly and Rando pulls back.
You see it gouges flesh as you rip it out, the small blades digging into its fur. You know it finds flesh beneath. Anything else?
No.
Gemma.
Okay. I am going to take. I don't know where the stairs are, but I'm going to take a couple of steps back towards the stairs.
Okay.
That we came up. And then I'm gonna raise my hand kind of towards the gorilla beast. And oh, I forgot to ask. Do I recognize this thing?
That's a good question.
Give me a roll.
It's just it determines how interested she is in it.
So she's very interested in it. She's no.
Yeah, I'm super interested in it.
You are very interested, yes.
All right, so I take my mask off of my belt, I put it on, and it kind of seals onto my face, and I glare at it through the eye holes of the mask, and I raise my hand up, and a vine kind of starts to grow up out of the ground underneath it, and it kind of tries to slash at its leg,
Okay.
and I'm gonna cast Thorn Whip at it.
Excellent.
How exciting.
Yeah, how exciting, how fascinating. So it does 3 damage.
Just describe what happens. I like that.
The vine kind of just like, I guess it's piercing. So it kind of grows up out of the ground, and then it kind of just slashes into its belly from underneath. And it kind of almost seems to grab on it like it could take hold, but then it releases it and lets it go.
Alrighty. You see the creature reacts from that, being assaulted from many sides now, as it seems. Anything else?
Nope, that's it.
Alrighty. Abel. The creature is upon you, as you are the only one within its reach.
Rip.
You hear a guttural yell as the club, as I said, a small tree perhaps, swings towards you. You are quick, but not quick enough. You go to spring backwards, and the creature is faster than you expected. You feel the club, the tree, smash into your side. You take 9 points of damage.
Oh.
I am unconscious.
You see as you go to recover, the creature smashes down. Well, you don't see it because you're unconscious.
Oh, God.
Let's see, he's got advantage, correct? Because you're unconscious.
Yeah, I guess.
What are you
Shit.
doing?
What's your AC?
My
Yeah.
AC is a 15.
You see your companion, Abel, moves into the creature. He strikes it, and then the creature bellows, and with a great swing of the tree, smashes into his chest. He is knocked 5-10 feet away, smashing to the ground. The creature moves over and goes smashing down again, and somehow you see the log, the tree, smash into the ground next to your companion.
So
Fane.
The second one did not hit him?
I rolled a 3 and a 4.
Oh, wow. So did they actually move out of the way? Or boy?
What's that? Did he?
Yeah.
Well, it was just for theatrics.
Okay, so it's basically Abel fell down and then it attacked it. It basically dropped the tree, trying to drop the tree on it again. Okay.
Yeah. He missed.
The way you made it sound was like literally it the drop knocked Abel like literally like 10 feet away and then went charging after it. You know, after Abel.
Yeah, it was just for, like I said, for theatrics.
Doing that gives random attack opportunities.
I get it. You're up, Fane.
I'm going to move, and I'm going to do something extra fancy.
Right.
Fane is going to pull a little bit of extra magic from the air as he casts Ray of Frost so that he gets advantage on it.
Okay. Roll away.
Nice.
Not nice. 11.
11. You reach into the air, commune with the arcane arts, and thrust your staff forward. You see your attack perhaps misjudging the height of the creature as it bends down to smash at your companion Abel. The ray of frost goes over it, smashing into the wall behind. Anything else?
Nope.
Abel, need a death save.
You fucking got it. It's just a d20, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey,
You make your first one.
nice.
Rando.
Yes. Lando will rear the whip back again, saying, "Die!"
Yes!
Well done. More damage. We need more damage.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
That's 17 damage.
That's great damage. The creature, intent upon your companion. The club raised up again to strike. You whip. Describe how you do it. He's still up, but you definitely did a lot of damage.
As he whips it forward, it manages to do a grease slice on the top of its left shoulder, as it then rips around, going diagonally down, wrapping around its belly up front, and then Rando pulls back.
You do. You see the creature bellows as, when you pull it back, a spray of blood flies from the whip. The creature, obviously hurt, realizing that you are now the bigger threat, turns its eyes towards you.
Yep.
Gemma.
I'm gonna step over here, and then I'm going to cast Thorn Whip again.
Okay. That will hit.
And then this time, kind of when I cast the spell and the vine kind of curls up out of the ground, it is gonna kind of almost lash around the creature's ankle and kind of grab it and yank it.
Okay.
And with Thorn Whip, I can pull a creature up to 10 feet towards me. So I want to yank the ape creature towards me.
You do.
What?
And then I'm going to just scoochie back over here. And with my bonus action, I'm going to kind of under my breath mutter again in Druidic, and I'm going to cast Healing Word on Abel.
You do.
Nice. We get some sweet inspiration too while you're at it.
What can I say? All my characters, just saving yours. And I heal you 5
Kate
hit
never went
points.
down. I don't want to hear any of that.
Well, that's because Bree was climbing up your back, shoving health potions in your mouth.
That's fair.
Literally.
Yeah, that's a real thing that happened.
I'm gonna make
Your
that
eyes.
a highlight of this video, so all of a sudden they have like no clue.
Your eyes flicker open, Abel. You're not sure what happened. At first, you're not even sure where you are, and then you look about and your eyes glance over at the creature that struck you down, and you see it moves towards your companion, Rando, with the club in hand. It's going to hit. You take 6 points of damage as the club swings around, and then it swings again, coming back around. What's your AC?
17.
17. Not just 17. You see the second time you bring the shield up and angle it, deflecting the blow over your head, avoiding getting hit a second time. Bane.
I shoot another Ray of Frost.
Roll
Because
away.
that's all I can really do. Another crit.
There you go.
Nice.
Oh.
Full damage.
All the crits tonight. It's the first session. We're getting them out of our
6 whole damage.
All right.
And
Better
speed
than,
reduced. Yeah.
better than not critting.
My third 20.
I know.
Oh. And That's it.
You get the creature's attention as another frost strikes it, this time in the chest. It bellows, but remains. Abel, you are up.
I'm going to utilize the fact that it's looking in this direction. I'm going to use my halfway window stand. I'm going to try to creep around this way and get a sneaky attack in. If I could figure out how to type.
All right, we're with you.
It's 15 damage.
Okay.
Those are not bad, holy shit.
No, they're not bad for first level. You finish the creature off. Describe your killing blow.
Take the Kopesh, and like I said, I'm assuming he's like sort of like, looking at rando. I'm gonna come up behind it. I'm gonna scramble up its back and just like cut its throat.
Nice. The creature strikes you, rando, and then it is struck by the magical frost from Fane. You're not even sure where he came from, and suddenly you see Abel on the creature's back. He grabs the top of the creature's head and draws the Kopesh across its throat. You see blood fountains out, splashing on your chest and abdomen, and the creature gurgles, falls to its knees with Abel still upon its back, and then you see it pitches forward, unmoving.
Yeah, I was gonna like ride it to the ground and then like roll off, like lay on my back out of breath.
Perfect. You do so. You lay on the ground, breathing heavily, bleeding. Actually, not really bleeding. You got clubbed like a baby seal.
Crushed lung.
The creature lives no more. The four of you, however, do.
Some more than others, apparently.
Gemma's gonna go up to the creature and kind of repeat the same thing. She's gonna sit down in front of it and say, "Well, thank you for keeping this one mostly intact." And she's gonna bring out her notebook and begin to try and sketch it.
It is face down, not much detail. But you begin sketching what you can see.
Kind of shove it, get a look at its face, kind of move limbs, and get a better kind of idea of what it might be.
You try, you would guess this thing probably weighed about 900 pounds.
I kind of struggle with it, and I put all my weight into it, and then I just sit back and I just draw what I can see.
Fane tries to help you figure out what it is, but he has no idea.
What do you think we should call it? Big ape with tree.
Rando's second cousin.
That just seems rude.
He looks over at Rando to see if he was listening.
Oh, Rando's giving you basically me the stink eye.
Someone's getting a chain whip to the face.
I haven't been hit yet, fingers crossed.
Yet.
The operative word, yes.
So about that rest.
Yes, it's sounding better now, isn't it?
Rando nods in agreement.
Fane shrugs.
Everybody give me perception rolls.
Nice. I'm guessing you're not a high. Aren't elves proficient in perception?
Am I? Did I forget about that?
I mean, yeah, all elves are proficient in perception.
No one's gonna tell him. You guys all suck.
I honestly thought you
Yes,
had,
I do.
like,
I
-3.
honestly didn't think about it until you said it.
I didn't either.
I thought like he had a stat that was actually -3.
A -3 wisdom? That would be rough.
Sorry, change that to an 18 for me.
Nice.
There it is.
Two of you that rolled over a 10, you hear from up the stairs, heavy rain.
I think I hear rain from up above.
Is there like any wind that we can feel? Any nice smells that don't smell like corpses?
With this creature here now, the stink level went up about 3 times.
Okay.
You note a breeze coming down from above, from the stairs.
Fane will look at the others and kind of see that they're all a little bit banged up and then start heading up the stairs first.
Anybody follow?
Abel will weakly sit up and rise to his feet and start following, limping a bit, holding his chest. What is his chestal region?
Yeah, you're kind of feeling along your rib cage. You're pretty sure there's a couple broken ribs.
And I'm moving very cautiously because I need to make sure that I'm not going to get hit by anything. Otherwise, I'll die.
Okay, give me a stealth roll.
I trip over a rock.
Quiet as a mouse, you make your way up the stairs. You go up perhaps 50, 60 feet, and you come to a landing and a set of double doors that are open inward towards you, and the outside, rain, a flash of lightning. The wind is still blowing heavily, debris flying in.
I wave everybody else up to, let them know it's safe-ish.
Rando's camping, like, 3/4 of the way down the stairs. Or where
You just
are the doors closable?
They look to be broken as per the ones down below, but you
Gotcha.
think you might be able to push them shut.
And keep them shut?
Are there any handles we could tie together, perhaps?
Not on this side. There would definitely. Yeah, actually, no, there are. Yeah, I'll give you that.
I'll take out my rope and just sort of,
Wrap it
tie
around.
the two handles together such that it closes the door most of the way.
Yeah, it's not going to be perfect. There's probably a 6-inch gap, but
Yeah,
much better.
that's whatever. I can deal with
Much
that.
better. Yeah. You do so and bed down for the night.
Yeah, I'll set up my tent and bedroll.
Okay. Anything you want to set up a watch, or what's your plan?
Abel is not so wise, so no.
Gemma would say, because she's kind of lived in the wilderness for a while. It might be best to keep an eye out. We could take turns.
I
Luckily-
wholeheartedly agree.
Luckily, I can transfer 4 hours while Gemma stays watch, and then Gemma can transfer 4 hours while I stay watch, and the others can get a full 8.
Gemma kind of sighs and says, "All right, we could."
You sure? I don't mind.
Well,
You're pretty banged up.
2 sets of eyes are always better than 1.
All right, well,
You could
Fane
keep
shrugs.
a short watch.
yeah, that's fine. If you want to just
I'll watch
wake me
with
up.
you.
Okay. Just wait. Just wake me up when it's my turn. Unless that's now. Is that now?
It depends. Fane, would you like to trance first or second?
Fane at this point has already started to crawl towards the wall and is ready to start trancing. It looks like he's I'm gonna go to bed.
Then your watch is first, Abel.
All right. I was halfway in my tent. I'll get out of the tent and find somewhere to sit.
You do. You just lean against the wall, sit, and kind of look around. The rest
Tinker
of
with
you.
my dagger and leather armor.
Yeah. I will whisper you on that.
Yeah, it's probably a good idea if you leave your sword out and on.
Yeah, I could do that.
So that there's some light source, because mine will fade while I'm sleeping.
Yeah, it's already on and out, so that never changed.
You set your watch, and everybody roll a d10.
I do actually want to talk to Abel during my watch. That's why I made him watch. I'm not just an asshole.
Oh, absolutely.
I got that impression. Don't worry.
I just wanted to be clear.
Hey, Matt, for the record, is that dagger silvered, or as you say, it's just silver in color?
Silver.
Okay.
Okay, you two. I'm assuming you fall asleep as well, Rando?
Yeah.
The two of you.
1 second, I was writing down these items.
If I wasn't supposed to roll yet, just save that for my roll.
It's just me and Abel that have to roll yet. I'm just waiting on Abel.
I wasn't going to use any dice, since we're doing a long rest.
No, it's the for the watch.
Oh, I'm sorry, the luck roll. I'm sorry, you're right. Sorry about that.
So 9, 2 7s, and a 5.
Is a dagger a D4 in 5th?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's finessable, so you can use Dex.
Cool.
You can also sneak attack with it.
Yeah. You can also heal it, which is awesome.
I'd fucking hope so. If I couldn't sneak attack with a dagger, I'd be furious. Okay, ready to go. Ready to chat.
Okay. You two are alone, the others either tranced or asleep.
Probably about like 20 minutes into it, Gemma's gonna take like the end of her staff and she's gonna kind of poke a little bit where the tattoo he said was. And she's gonna ask, "Where did you get that?"
Oh, I hesitate a bit. It, a place, I don't know if you're familiar. I come from, sorry, I pulled up the map. Tarn? How do you say it, Matt?
The city?
Yes. Tarna.
Yeah, I believe. Let me just double check. Yeah, Tarna.
Tarna, yeah. I spent most of my life in Tarna, and well, it's fairly common. Well, a lot of people I knew anyway. It's fairly common to get some kind of tattoo done. Sort of looking everywhere but at you.
Does it mean anything to you?
Yeah, a little bit. Not really.
I just got something random then.
I thought it looks cool. Should I roll a deception? Because I'm lying about like all of this stuff.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, you can roll an
It
insight.
really depends if he wants to roll an insight, I guess.
Yeah, you can roll a deception if you want.
Sure.
Insight, because Bree would never roll an insight, so I don't know what
Yeah.
I don't know what Gemma's gonna
Bree would never. Gemma's curious. Gemma's curious about you.
Yeah, he seems wishy-washy, just the way he talks, but you don't really know him yet to know.
Yeah, well, he seems a little, he seems young. Gemma
Yeah,
chalks it up to that.
You haven't picked up on his little peculiarities and mannerisms, things like that yet. So difficult to tell, but you think
She'll get to know him.
You think he's on? Yeah.
So it doesn't mean anything to you? Why did you get a tattoo of it?
It's it wasn't one tattoo. It started with just the mountain, and then during my travels, I've added onto it. I use it sort of to keep track of my memories.
That's interesting. Gemma kind of just falls silent. And then she says, kind of questioningly, Are you sure you don't practice magic?
Yeah, no, I mean the lights, I kind of wave my weapon. Just kind of a trick that I know. Don't really, you know.
It's just there's something about you that seemed magical. Curious.
It must be the armor, and I'll tap my leather armor. I'm gonna reach into my pack and pull out a piece of paper and sort of start folding it nervously.
Like a fortune teller. Perhaps it was the armor. Oh, I also sensed the armor, and I also sensed you, so it's interesting is all. I was just wondering if you knew about it. Um, I also asked Matt, was my question from before that I don't think you ever answered. Do I know what school of magic it was?
Oh God, you know what? Yeah, I actually started typing, and then somebody else asked me a question, and I answered them, and then the second time I started to type, and somebody, yeah. So.
It's okay. It's not super important. It's just Gemma would want to know. And I figured, since she was going to bring it up when we rested, I could just ask then.
I am typing now, and nobody interrupt me. Damn it.
Everyone whispers you at
Brando
once.
had a question in his sleep.
Yeah, I'm gonna fold up a paper bird, like the one on my tattoo.
Give me a roll.
What do you roll for that?
Give me a dexterity roll.
Okie dokes.
Test your origami skills.
Yep.
19.
Came out darn good.
I'll hand it to Gemma.
If you had the ability to animate objects, you can make it fly.
I'm gonna take it and kind of examine it, and I'm gonna say that's quite good. Can you teach me?
Yeah, probably. I don't know if you're, how nimble you are. It does take a bit of, yeah, sure.
All right. Gemma will take out a couple of pieces of paper. She'll like rip them out of her notebook or something and hand him one, and she'll take one and she'll try to learn how to make it.
Okay, I'm gonna actually, for now, it'll be an intellect roll.
For me or for her?
For her.
Okay.
Oh, thank God.
Well, you know how to do it, so you have the knowledge of how to do it, but it's just a
Gemma
matter
does not. There was no origami school anywhere in her training.
She finishes and she hands you a box.
Oh, seem quite. I think I got lost halfway in the middle. I'm not quite sure how you did that last part or the first part, to be honest.
It looks good. Maybe we should try something easier, and I'll take something else out of my bag. And it'll be like a little like one of the, not like such a bird, such as like little cranes that everyone can make. I'll try to make that instead. Those are really easy.
Gemma's gonna pay very close attention and try again.
Okay. Roll another intellect roll.
All right. Ooh.
Hey, there it is.
You figure Abel, if you keep it simple, she'll probably get it.
That's you did better that time.
Thank you. That's perhaps more practice.
Yes, I've been doing this for years, so.
Well, you should teach me.
I just did, didn't I?
Yeah, but you know other things, don't you?
Yeah, a few.
All right, you'll show me the others then.
Certainly.
Gemma's gonna kind of like tuck the crane away, and then she's gonna go back to her watch.
You do. Anything else for the rest of your watch, or?
Yeah, I was gonna say I should probably turn in. Can't just meditate. Gotta sleep.
Of course.
And,
I'm sorry I kept you up.
Oh, it's okay. Just knock on the tent when it's time to wake up. And I'm gonna go in my tent and tie it closed.
I thought we were just sleeping in the corridor.
Nope, I have a tent and I'm tying it closed from the inside.
Who do you wake up next, Bree? Or who's?
I mean, after Fane is done trancing, she'll wake him up, or she'll, when he's done, just tell him it's his turn, and then she'll settle into her trance.
Okay.
Right as he's coming out of it, you notice kind of just a huh, and he seems to almost fall or something, and then he just kind of brushes himself off and stands up.
Give me a perception roll, Bree. Jesus. Gemma.
12.
12. Okay. So yeah, something seemed odd as he.
Well, Fane's a little odd, so.
As he finished the trance and came out of it, it seems peculiar, but you can't quite put a finger on it.
Gemma's just gonna say, "Do you not sleep often?"
Oh, I sleep every night.
Oh, it's just the waking. That's the difficulty.
Well, the waking is easy. It's just a little jarring sometimes.
All right.
Good
Fair
night.
enough. Gemma just kind of settles down, and she sits cross-legged, and she just kind of closes her eyes.
You do, and you are left alone.
Fane will just start doing some stupid little things with prestidigitation to pass the time for a couple hours until he wakes Rando to watch with him.
Good enough. Your watch is uneventful. You make your way over to the large man who is sound asleep and give him a little boot.
No, I don't think I want to do that. I will actually kind of creep up to him, and from about 20 feet away, I'm going to cast Mage Hand to poke him.
Okay.
I don't want to startle him.
Rando, you are dreaming of large women when you are awoken.
I was actually wondering when that was actually going to be thrown in.
You look and you're startled. You expect to see somebody there, and there isn't anybody there. And then you look and you see floating next to you a spectral. What does your mage hand look like, actually?
It's just a spectral hand, very elven, very dainty.
I was expecting a very fancy gloved hand just floating there.
I was thinking the same thing. You see that floating next to you.
Rando's somewhat confused but also fascinated. Will attempt to reach and grab for the mage hand.
Okay.
It shakes your hand.
He's more like overhand grabbing it, Seeing if it's
Okay.
I think it just passes right through.
Yeah. Actually, isn't it?
I think it counts as a physical thing.
Yeah, I believe it does.
I guess it does, yeah.
Yeah.
Because it can hold actual stuff. So.
Yeah.
Well, the hand moves away then and waves at you.
Well, let's make an attack roll. Give me an attack roll, Rando.
Strength based or dex based, just so I know.
We can give you a finesse on this. Sure. Why not?
22.
You go to move it away, and you see he is quick, unusually quick for someone as large as he, and he grasps the mage hand from above.
I look at him and I say, fascinating.
From that, Randall looks up, seeing that it's, I guess, he would think that it's you doing it. He lets go and he's like, oh.
Good morning.
Morning.
Is it still dark out, I assume?
It is, yeah.
So it's probably very, 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 very early still.
It is.
Get up and kind of get his stuff together a little bit more and then move over so he can help take watch.
You do.
So, Rando, you don't seem like you know the same things that we do. Like you don't know what a handshake is. What's that all about?
I just something
Where did you grow up?
Mountains.
Well, I grew up on the side of a mountain, so I totally understand. But I guess mine was a large city, and you probably
Grew up in
No.
a mountain.
in the mountain, like inside of it.
Yes. And the cities I've been in, no one's offered me this handshake before, so
That doesn't seem very polite of them. Are people afraid of you because of your size?
you see Rando just shrugs.
Rando dies inside a little bit.
Poor Rando. Fane probably will keep pestering him with just little weird questions while he sits there doing dumb things with prestidigitation for another hour or so.
You find a way to entertain yourself to pass the evening.
Rando eventually stops talking, I guess, to avoid his random questions. Acting as if you know everyone's coming.
He goes silent, and the rest of the watch passes uneventful. We'll take a quick break here.
Awesome.
Okay.
Okie doke, spirit back.
Question on the sneak attack. If you're using that whip 10 feet away,
No,
does that won't let him sneak attack, right?
no, because
No, it fucking won't.
yeah, because sneak attack, basically Abel's allies have to be within 5 feet of the target he's hitting.
That's what I
Yes,
thought.
thanks for that, Kaze. Thanks for using a fucking reach weapon. Appreciate it.
Hey, to be very honest, Rando doesn't know how you operate yet, how you attack. So
Fine.
Good role
Starts
playing.
transforming into a bear.
That's good role
I'll be
playing.
fine. So we're back at it.
You pass the night uneventful. You wake up to the sound of rain above. It has lessened from the day before, and the winds have most definitely died down. You gather your things and head out.
Oh, no, I have to stop and prepare spells first.
Well, you do that. You can do that during
your long rest, basically.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I take out my pieces of parchment and shuffle through them annoyingly.
It's just during part of your 4 hours of your watch, you would have been doing that as well.
Yep. Anything you want to do? Anybody else before you leave?
You know, I'll do my thing and then I'll cast light on my blade again and start packing up my tent. I'll set my health to 10 and roll 20.
You're all at full health, which is nice.
Nothing changed.
And then I
for me.
will unfasten my rope, place it back in my pack, and let the doors open up.
You do. You are greeted by rain and cloudy skies, just as Gemma had predicted.
I'm gonna look at my pack and see I only have 4 more days of rations left. Well, I've got a few more days of food, but I don't think we can stay here much longer than that.
I mean, I could perhaps make us something for today.
I can try going out hunting. Shouldn't be that hard to find stuff running around. He says, half jokingly.
I've got light.
I mean, if we encounter less kind of dangerous situations, I could perhaps make you something that can sustain you, even though it's maybe not the most filling.
During your travels, you saw basically where you're traveling along the road, the hills that you went to were to the south-southeast, and all along the road to the north, there was forest. So you're pretty confident, Rando, that you could probably find some game there, should you choose.
He has half-heartedly, in a sense, offered.
Gemma, could you you do that the weather thing again?
I could. Gemma kind of reaches her hands, like cups her hands out in front of her, and mutters in Druidic and conjures up the orb again to predict the weather.
Peer within, and you are greeted by rain. But as you watch, the rain lessens, and near the end of the day, the sun begins to peek from behind the clouds.
I'll just kind of clap my hands together so it goes away as my hands come together, and I'll say, I think it should let up towards the end of the day.
That's good. So maybe we should, I don't know, rest for now, and then we can travel when the weather gets better.
We could. We could also perhaps see what else is in this place. I mean, you look better, right? Gemma
I'll
eyes him up and down.
brush my ribs. I think they're bruised, but I think I'll be all right.
Maybe there's more of those paintings in there. You seem to like them.
His eyes light up a bit. Oh, you're right. They're. Yeah, we could go look.
Perhaps we could even be brave and try to find what's behind that door. I am curious.
Which door?
The golden one with the writing on it we couldn't read.
I don't know about that.
Oh, you couldn't read it?
I couldn't. Could you?
No.
Well then.
God, it's fantastic.
Thank you for confirming.
Well, you're welcome.
Gemma smiles.
Yeah, I don't know if we should mess with that. It seemed pretty serious.
Was there anything else that we have to do?
Gonna look down and go back in his tent. Oh, I picked out the tent. Shit. I don't know.
Are you lying?
What? About
Are
what?
you being dishonest?
About what? I just don't think we should mess with the door.
Why?
Well, I don't know. Didn't Gemma say it was like a, really protected or something? What if there's something bad in there?
It's a fair point. We could go down the other hallway. As far as I know, nothing was protecting that.
Yeah, we should do that.
Or we could just bunker down, wait out the storm, and go on our ways.
We could.
I'm sure you all have
Aren't you
something
curious?
to do. Well, always.
To be honest, this is my kind of stuff to do. I like to explore.
Me too.
I think we should go down
Really?
the other hallway.
You're the person who wanted to just stay here and not explore.
No, I was suggesting so that people knew it was an option.
Oh, well, that is very polite of you.
It's how I was raised, yes.
Right. I'm sure.
So the other hallway then?
All right. Gemma gets to her feet.
Are we sure we don't want to go back to that door, though?
We could always check it out.
Yeah.
That is also true.
What if we just push on it?
How about we check the other hallway and then you can go push on it?
I
What
really
if a
don't.
mage hand pushes on it?
I really don't think we should mess with the door.
Why?
Just seems like a bad idea.
Thane narrows his eyes at you. Okay.
Well, how about we
Looks down immediately.
how about we do the part we can agree on and check out the other hallway?
All right.
Okay. I'll sort of start hastily walking away from this conflicting conversation that's happening.
Light on the staff, March and Pine.
You head back down the stairs and go the other direction.
Yeah.
You make your way around, and so basically you get down the stairs and go left. Because you came from the right. So you're going down to where the bodies and everything are on the door. You make your way around to the left. It turns to the right. You follow it down. It turns to the right again. And you find yourself at the cave-in from the tunnel from before. So it's basically one big circle, one big square.
Gotcha.
Oh, all right. Well, now that we know, we can wait out the rain.
Did I mention I found a bunch of gold?
Really?
Yeah.
Where did you
Okay.
find it?
Oh, it was in a sack, and Rando was helping me with it.
Oh, well, that's nice of him.
Everyone will get a little as we part ways, don't worry.
Well, that's very kind of you.
Well, it's not my gold. I mean, I found it in a sack on the ground by some dead people. Team effort.
That is true.
So the golden door.
Sorry, go ahead. I was going to say something.
No, that's it. Golden doors.
I was just going to say, as we pass that room again, Abel is going to
So those golden
past the door.
doors, can my mage hand grab him and like stop him?
Oh, you're talking to... I'm sorry, you're talking to me. I'm sorry, I wasn't getting that impression. I'll just kind of, as we're walking out, what about the doors?
I cast mage hand. And it starts slowly moving towards the gold doors. Slowly.
I'm going to head towards the stairs.
Slowly. Nobody else does anything?
Rando's just watching.
Sorry, you're just trying to push on the door? Is that what's happening?
No, it's just moving towards the door as Abel runs away. The mage hand
Not
pokes
running,
the
per
door.
Yeah. I mean, Gemma's like far back, just in case it like explodes, but
Oh yeah, I have a range of 30
Not
feet,
stop.
so
yeah.
I'm at the edge of that. The mage hand
Gemma's
pokes
definitely
the door.
behind Fane a good ways, but she'll like do it.
Matt?
You poke at the door.
That's right.
Nothing happens.
I push on the door.
You exert your force with the mage hand, and nothing happens.
Rando, be a deer.
I'm glad this isn't my job anymore.
With?
Can you go push on the door, please? My mage hand isn't strong enough, and, well, I'm not much better off.
Why?
That is actually a very good question. I'm curious, that's why.
You know what they say about curiosity?
You killed him?
It could.
I'm an elf. Thank you.
I'll be back up in the where we camped out last night in that area. I'll be sitting there watching the rain.
Good enough. You make your way up and disappear above.
Rando, please.
Alright.
Yes.
When
brave.
Rando walks over, shield at the ready just in case. And goes and pushes on the doors.
Give me a strength roll. Athletics, whatever you want to use.
21.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
You move up and you push against them. They don't even remotely budge.
Is it basically like pushing on a wall?
Yeah.
All right. Well, we tried out in the rain.
It was worth a shot.
Abel's like anxiously waiting for you guys to come back, hopefully.
Yeah, so when Rando's pushing, you actually can see his, his muscles bulge out a little bit more than what they normally show. But yeah, Rando walks up the stairs and heads to meet with Abel after that, since he obviously can't open them.
Yeah, I'll go back to you.
Yep. We're
Fame?
all back up there.
Make your way up. Give up.
Yep.
You make your way up.
Not give up, but like I'll put it in my head to come back here someday.
Okay.
He has hope.
So the door didn't open.
Oh, you didn't hear it open.
Wall, as if I were pushing against a wall.
Rando actually got it to open up.
By
You
the
didn't
fact
hear
that
the big
Rando
boost
said it
of
didn't
air?
happen, I think I can tell you're lying. So
What if Rando's lying though? Actually, that
Yeah,
might be a bit much for him.
he
He
seems
doesn't
like
communicate
an
that well.
honest fellow.
Gemma just says, we didn't get it open. Shall we keep going?
Do you please know something? I am so curious.
Weren't we going to wait for the
Please
rain
answer
to
my question.
die down? No, I don't know.
You don't want to
anything.
look down the other hallway?
Wait, pause. Did we go down the other hallway?
Yeah, I thought it was just a big circle.
Yeah, which is a big square.
Oh, did we? Sorry, I missed that.
Yeah, we did. Which is a big square.
I know
Yeah,
we were
we
all
better
too excited
still.
Oh.
about the door.
The door was very exciting. Then Gemma will go back up and sit down.
Yeah, we're all posted up front by the. I guess we'll all relight the fire because it's probably cold.
I shuffle through my papers.
You get a fire going.
Yeah, I'll be humming a tune as I do so, very very quietly.
You do.
Gemma's gonna let me actually look at this. Gemma's gonna kind of take her staff and wrap her hands around it, and then on it is gonna grow like a little vine kind of curling around her staff, and then from it sprouts like little berries, and she kind of plucks them off, and she is gonna toss one to Abel and say, if you're hungry. And she's gonna cast berry.
Oh, thank you. I'm kind of hungry, but I do have.
And then she'll eat one. And then she'll just pocket the rest.
Fane looks up at her hungrily.
Gemma hands her a berry.
Yes.
And hands Rando a berry too. And she'll eat one as well.
Yeah, I'll eat one. I'll eat it now because I'm pretty hungry.
And then she just kind of pockets the rest.
But now that the fire is going really well, Fane sticks out his staff and puts it out.
Oh.
And then he puts it back on. Smiles at Abel.
I look down.
Shy little thing. Shouldn't say that we're the same height.
Abel's gonna find a nice little secluded corner of the cave and just survey the my group mates.
You do.
I'm ready to wait out the storm.
You hear the rain outside and the crackle of the fire. The only sound is the floor be grow quiet. As you wait out the day, as predicted by Gemma, the rain begins to taper off near the end of the day. What do you do?
I'll
How late is it
stand
by
up.
this point?
What's that?
How late is it by this point, sorry?
It's like 4 in the afternoon.
I cast mage armor.
I'm gonna stand up and sort of brush myself off. So, I'm heading to Northdale. Whereabouts are you all heading?
Vane shrugs. Says, I'm looking for the next thing to do, the next thing to learn.
Gemma will say, well, I was headed to the Bearbrook Forest. Do I know where Northdale is? Do I have any idea?
You do, yeah. Basically, you were given direction, and the forest that I spoke of earlier that I said Rando could hunt in was actually Bearbrook Forest.
Oh, okay. So I'm like there.
And yeah, you're there. I mean, it's a huge forest, and Northdale lies down the road to the east, northeast, along the coast.
Rando? Where might you be going, if you don't mind my asking?
Rando shrugs, but says, I've just been traveling. Don't really know where I'm going.
Well, I think I'm gonna take to the road. If anyone wants to join me. Try to get some traveling in while the weather's good.
Vane kind of like waits expectantly to see what everybody else says.
Wow, Vane, you're mad fake.
Gemma will say, I think I'll head through the forest, probably.
Well, if the forest is right by the city, why don't we all just go to the city and you can depart from there?
I could, I suppose, but I'd have to walk past the forest to get to the city.
Perhaps there's
Well,
a path through the forest.
like, what's in the forest that you need to do?
I'm scrolling back up in my notes. I've heard rumors of a thing that bears knowledge of some old lore. I thought it might be interesting to figure it out.
I do like lore. Tell me more.
To be honest, that's really all I know. I'm a bit of a information seeker. And I heard rumors that there was a golden stag that walked the forest. And creatures like that bear knowledge, sort of hidden knowledge, or forgotten knowledge.
Very intriguing. And what's in Northdale?
Basically a city. It's
Well, I know what's his reason for going there.
Oh, I was going to visit a friend, but it's not particularly pressing.
I mean, I'm down for a good traipse through a forest. It's been a while.
I don't prefer to travel alone, so we can go to the forest.
I mean, that's where I was headed, but I mean, I suppose if it's easier or safer, we could go to the city first.
Just shrug. What do you guys want to do?
Well, somebody needs to make a decision, Spain says.
Well, for all together, we can go through the forest. It's no big deal.
I mean, if it's all the same to everyone else, I'd prefer to go to the forest.
Sure, let's do that. And Vane hands everyone 23 gold.
Gemma will take it and say, "Is this what you
Abel
found?"
looks stunned.
Well, it's most of it. We'd have to go to a city to kind of cash in the rest. And I'm not sure if these rusted silver and copper pieces are actually worth anything.
Fair enough. Perhaps you could check in Northdale if we
After
ever
our
make it there.
adventure through the forest and meeting this golden stag or whatnot.
Abel's still shocked at this amount of gold. He saved up his life savings. His life savings was 10 gold pieces that he took on the road with him, which has now doubled.
Really? That's like the amount that I left home with.
Not everyone has wealth.
Sorry, was Rando saying something?
Oh, I was just kind of agreeing and saying Rando would be kind of shocked and amazed as Abel is.
Gaffane doesn't really blink an eye with the amount of gold.
Gemma
As he
seems kind of.
gives out this much.
Gemma, Rando, and Abel, I need perception rolls from the three of you.
$11.
20.
You all note as Fane is handing coins to each of you. He bears a ring on his finger. Is there a symbol and an emblem that they would note that?
The symbol on it is a blue staff against a silver background.
Hoping it was a fish.
Exactly. That was exactly my thought. As soon as he said blue.
Belongs to House Kane.
Oh man, I should have done that.
Even though you rolled higher, Rando, you probably wouldn't know, but the other two, you gather that it's some type of signet ring.
Cool. Nothing for me to say on that.
Do I recognize it, or can I not really get a good enough look at it to recognize it?
Yeah, I mean, you got a good glance at it. I mean, when its hand is still, you could look at it, but you don't recognize what it's from.
Okay.
All right, silver gold. Everybody's good. I mean, there's going to be like that again once we get to a city. So
Fair enough.
You know, Fane, as far as the copper and silver, it's something you could bring somewhere to have it melted down and be able to get.
Could I clean each piece off by myself with like mending or prestidigitation?
You could clean them, but you couldn't restore the damage that was done to them.
Gotcha. No, we'll just take it to get it melted down then.
Yeah. I mean, from your experience, you know that's the best bet.
All right, I guess we're off to our adventures in the forest.
Did you write down everything you got?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
And what was the name of this forest we're going to? I've already forgotten. Fane says.
The Bearbrook Forest.
Hello?
I mean, there's no time like the present.
Yeah, Gemma kind of
Yeah,
just gets her
definitely
stuff and starts going.
You do. You gather your gear and head out into a fairly cloudy sky, but you see the sun trying to poke through patches of blue. You leave the hills and head in a northerly direction. By the end of the day, as the sun begins to sink to the west, you see the forest. You know that you'll be able to reach it probably sometime, maybe midday tomorrow. Where you are now is groves of trees here and there, some open land, grassland. It's early spring. It does get chilly at night, but not too bad. Look for a good place to camp.
Yeah.
I was going to say, it's very clear that Abel is not a traveler. He's not fond of the mud or, the bumpy road. It seems kind of out of his element.
As we walk, Gemma's just always occasionally looking over at Abel. Like she's trying to figure something out, but can't quite put it together.
I have an enigma.
Fane will offer to help clean off his stuff with magic, since Fane doesn't really like being dirty either.
If it's not too much trouble, that'd be great.
I mean, it literally takes like 6 seconds.
Sure.
Fane will just cast prestidigitation to clean off his clothes for him.
Abel looks amazed.
You are indeed. It is quite the feat.
Wow. Is that how your shirt stays so white?
Well, yeah.
That's
You think I
amazing.
would wear a white shirt out adventuring otherwise? Don't be silly.
Right. Sorry. Thank you. Though.
You're welcome.
Probably cleaned off like 2 months worth of shit off these clothes. So,
They look new.
but yeah, I guess we find a place to camp. I'm gonna try to elevate my tent off the muddy ground if possible, with like some sticks or some branches.
Sure. Yeah, you can gather some up. There's quite a difference in your companions, Fane and Rando, as you note, as uncomfortable as Abel is with travel and being outdoors, Gemma is undoubtedly in her element.
As is Rando.
As is Rando.
Fane just doesn't care.
Good enough. You find a suitable spot to make camp.
Rando will go out looking.
Okay, give me a survival roll.
I'll try to help set up the camp while helping it to.
You do. You head out before it gets too dark, and after about an hour, you return. You have a small deer. What were you saying?
I was gonna, since he was going to hunt, I was gonna try to help set up the camp with the fire and everything while humming a very quiet tune.
Sure. Yeah. You at Gemma's instruction, kind of do this, do that. Stuff that you
I mean,
really
I know how to
didn't
do
know.
basic stuffs.
Yeah, you know how to do basic stuff, but she knows how to do all the tricky stuff, the tricks of the trade.
Gotcha.
While we're setting up camp, Gemma's gonna listen to this song that Abel's humming and see if she recognizes it.
Okay. What's the song?
PM'd.
Gotcha. Give me a let's see. Why don't you give me a history roll or religion?
It's okay. I rolled a 2. It doesn't matter what you give me.
It's catchy.
Oh man, Gemma's gonna try to like hum along, but she doesn't like know the song, so she's just gonna like randomly hum parts of it if he hums it long enough, she'll catch on to like a couple of parts of it, like a chorus, so to speak, and she'll kind of try to hum along to parts of it, but she butchers it.
If he notices that she's humming and he like notices that she's like listening to him, he immediately stops.
Gemma keeps going, and she just makes up the parts that she doesn't know.
Okay, gotcha.
He seems very embarrassed.
You set to the camp, and perhaps 45 minutes to an hour later, Rando returns with a small deer. He begins dressing it, and you have a good meal for the evening. Everybody give me perception rolls.
Got a solid 2.
Well done. Set up a watch.
I'll ask, do I need to help again?
No, it's fine. You can sleep for the night. Gemma just kind of waves her hand dismissively.
Are you sure? I don't mind.
I'm sure it's all right, unless you'd like to teach me how to fold more of those shapes you did with the paper.
Yeah, you could try again.
All right, and you're welcome
Well,
to watch with me.
Try to set up some kind of seating thing because I don't want to sit in the mud. Find like a log or something. I don't know.
Yeah, you roll over a log from out the forest, and there's enough woods around to find a stump or something.
I'll attempt to teach her again.
Give me an intellect
For
roll.
an hour. Try something maybe a little bit more difficult than the crane, but no, nope.
Too hard. Scale it way back.
In another box.
It's too advanced. I just crumble up the paper a little bit. I can't quite get from like steps 2 to 3, so I just kind of like whoosh it into shape to try and mimic what he's doing.
Yeah, I would do like a flower or something really easy, but I guess no.
This looks like a turtle.
Well,
But not a
I
good
think it's
turtle.
getting better. I kind of like tilt it upside down and right side up, and I squint at it. I kind of hold it up next to Abel's. No?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at it from the right angle, it looks really, really good.
Yeah, he's
Uh-huh.
lying.
I appreciate the effort.
He's totally lying, but
Maybe we'll try again tomorrow night.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna turn in then. Get in my tent and tie it from the inside. Go to sleep.
You do.
Gemma's also, during her watch, going to use Druidcraft to predict the weather for tomorrow.
You create the crystal and peer within. You are greeted by blue skies and sunshine.
Nice.
It's better than Siri.
And she'll wake Fane when his trance is almost over.
Give me a d20, Gemma.
13.
Good enough. You wake Fane, and as before, it seems peculiar. Something you just can't pick up on it. It's almost like you looked too late. You missed something. Then you see, he looks at you.
Smiling, of course.
God.
Gemma. Sorry, that was an old character of mine. I don't know where that came from. Gemma kind of like raises her eyebrows. And then she just kind of sits off to the side and settles into her trance without saying anything.
Is there any evidence of the origami that had happened?
There is not. What was failed was probably tossed into the campfire.
Oh, that's too bad. Yeah, Thane just kills another 2 hours or whatever and wakes Rando. Hey, he'll poke him this time. Do you wanna hang out for a little while?
Hang out.
Yeah, have watch. So we just we have a conversation and keep each other company because a couple hours is a really long time.
The reluctant bromance.
Fine, no weird
Yeah?
questions though. As random.
Yeah, what do you define as weird though?
You see, Rando does not answer you.
I guess that's a weird question. I'll come up with something better for the next night that we share watch, Thane says. And he's actually mostly pretty quiet for the rest of the night.
Yeah, unless you have like a really good question you want to ask him.
Who are your people?
He shrugs.
No. That was the only kind of good question I had.
Pass the night?
Yep.
You do. Give me a perception roll, Thane.
Do you want luck rolls from us? Or you're not luck rolls, but our normal watch D10s?
No, not tonight.
18.
Safe
Stag
woods.
isn't out, so you know.
Just writing a little message, Thane.
When Gemma wakes up, I tell her, I did hear wolves. That's all.
But they didn't come during the night?
No, I just heard them off in the distance.
Oh, well, that doesn't sound so bad.
That's all. I tried to ask our friend some questions, but he just keeps shrugging at me.
Well, perhaps he's not very talkative.
Kind of like squints like he has no idea what you're talking about.
Some people don't like to talk quite as much as you do.
I have no idea what you're talking about, he says.
You know what? That's fair. Gemma just kind of gets up and starts to get her stuff together.
You break camp and prepare for your day. Anything you guys want to do before you head out?
I cast mage armor.
Good answer.
If I was gonna say if we're all looking to eat breakfast, Rando would be willing to go out and hunt for more food.
Oh, you got plenty.
Okay.
I like
Didn't know
breakfast.
How much of deer and other stuff was left?
Probably got like 2 days of deer left.
Okay. Don't worry.
I mean, like, you look at the size of the three of us, we probably don't eat a lot.
And then Rando's like at least 2 of you.
Yeah. Then
yeah.
there's Rando.
Never forget Kane. You can eat more
Hey,
than anyone on
Abel's a-
Earth.
Abel's a growing boy. He might need quite a bit.
That is fair, he's quite young.
He's an an eater. He's not like a cane eater, but he eats probably more than someone his size normally would.
Probably eats more than Gemma.
Well, I'm still a child, but I'm not a growing boy.
Gemma will help break down the camp, and she'll help Brando with the I don't know, deer if he needs it. He probably doesn't. And then she'll start heading off.
You head out. You make your way north towards the forest. It is a sunny day, as you noted. During the day, as you make your way off in the distance in the forest, what Fane had said to you, the howling of wolves, you hear calls, answered by other calls, but nothing unusual. It's pretty common in the forest, you know that, Gemma. You continue, and by midday, you reach the edge of the forest. It is thick, but definitely a forest you can travel through. Pine trees, oak. You find trails here and there, game trails. You can tell that other people have traveled through here as well. You head in, and by the end of the day, you are deeper within the forest. Are you heading directly north or changing your route?
Does Gemma have any idea where this creature might be, or it's kind of just one of those you have to explore and find it?
Yeah, there's no fact behind this statement, so it could be legend.
Okay. And Gemma's just gonna keep her eyes out, and she'll walk kind of deeper into the forest, but in the general direction that is kind of towards Northdale, but just going so from deeper in the forest.
Okay, yeah,
so you being on like the edge.
Yeah, you'd be going like northeast. Northeast would bring you deeper into the forest, but still heading in the direction of the city.
Yep.
You take the lead. Again, as familiar as Rando is with travel, you just seem to be, this is your element. This is what you do. You're at ease. By the end of the day,
on the other hand, is struggling. Despite normally being fleet of foot. This is terrible for him.
Gemma will try to, because it was kind of like a thick forest, she'll try to be helpful and like point out kind of like roots that he could trip on and like kind of try to help him navigate a little bit.
Yeah, you guide him. I mean, you know where to step. You know that sometimes between the roots there's depressions in the ground that you could twist an ankle or, break a foot. And you kind of guide him and just kind of point that out. He seems still very uneasy about the whole thing, but he's attentive. He's not clumsy by any means. It's just, like you said, he doesn't really know where to walk and where to step. And
Bane, on the other hand, knows where to step, but he's just clumsy.
well, there you go.
Our powers combined.
We're a normal human.
It's pleasant enough. It is early spring. The temperatures, even with the leaf cover above, enough sunshine gets down within the forest to make it pleasant. By the end of the day, as the sun begins to sink, it does get a little darker in the forest than obviously out in the open. near the end of the day, you find a good spot. Give me a survival roll, Gemma. You can throw one in there too if you want, Rando.
I almost made I am proficient in survival crack.
Okay.
But it might be too soon for that.
Too soon. Between the two of you, you find a good spot with enough cover in case it rains and enough cover to kind of keep you secreted in the woods. You set up your camp, same procedure. Are you going to hunt again?
Yeah, because Rando will hunt again.
Vane wants to make a game of it.
Let's hear it. I want to hear it. What do you want to do?
Oh, he just wants to see who can bring back more.
Oh, you're going to hunt as well?
Yeah.
Excellent. Give me both of you give me survival rolls.
I really hope Vane wins. Oh.
Yeah.
Vane tries so hard.
You Ray of Frost a squirrel.
Your two companions head off in separate directions deeper into the forest. After perhaps an hour or so, Rando again returns with a small deer. And shortly afterwards, you see Fane walk into the camp holding the ears of a rabbit.
What's something?
Wait.
That's not bad
just
at
to be
all.
clear, it's not just the
Rando
ears, right?
slowly chuckles.
Yeah, that's a good question. It's not just
It's not
the ears,
just the
right?
ears, right? Like a wolf got to it and he left the ears because they're unedible.
I kind of thought that's what he was saying too.
Oh, you come back holding the ears of a rabbit.
You had a last minute fight with one of the wolves that were nearby. You got the ears on your way back.
Gemma claps. It only has a little bit of sarcasm in it, but it's mostly just a clap.
Rando's chuckling at it.
He points. I made him laugh.
I think you did a good job, Fane.
Did, and you made him laugh. That's
I know,
really an even better achievement.
Yeah, that's my accomplishment for the day. Thank you.
That's what you were going for, wasn't it?
Well, mostly, yeah. I mean, if I had beat him, then that would have been even funnier, probably for the rest of us, but not for him. So I guess it's probably better that it turned out this way.
Well, you could be satisfied, Fane, in the fact that you could skin it, dress it, and have it on a spit before he's even done gutting the deer. So you get that
poke
going
it
for you.
with prestidigitation. It warms up slightly, and I don't think that counts as cooked, so we should probably actually do it for real.
Yeah, you might want to have a little more heat on there. Regardless, you all eat quite well this evening.
Did I mention I can salt and pepper it with magic?
No.
Yeah, I give Abel's a little extra flavor because he seems to enjoy the wonders of magic.
He's more than happy to eat it.
Do you accidentally over pepper it?
Not this time. That'll be a prank in the making.
Gemma just eats.
Oh, this is really good, guys.
Have you not had companions before? You act like you've always been on your own.
Just looks down. No, not really. No.
Oh, well, companions are quite wonderful to have.
Yeah, no. I can see how that'd be true.
Vane's got nothing else.
Like
You all
teeth.
sit enjoying the evening meal. Around you, you hear the calls of the wolves. They seem a bit closer, but again, nothing unusual for a forest of this size. Same routine with the watch?
Sure.
No. Fane asks if he can switch watches with Gemma.
I suppose, if you'd like.
Thank you.
Gemma
Switch
looks a
Abel.
little disappointed, but then she kind
Abel
of
looks around frantically like, oh, what does this mean for me?
Well, if you like, Abel, you could switch with Rando.
It doesn't matter to me.
All right, well, let's let Randa go to bed then, Fane says.
Gemma sighs, and she settles into her trance.
Oh, okay. I will, instead of sitting next to Fane, sit a little bit of ways away. Just sort of looking at him every so often, folding up some things, some paper.
Fane just kind of looks over to see what you're doing. And he, with his staff in one hand, pulls out his other hand towards you and just kind of recreates what you're doing, but with magic.
Give me an intellect roll.
I'm making a sort of intricate tropical bird.
And I'm making an illusion of one with magic.
He actually does a decent job. It's not as good as the one that you did, but it's a good first attempt.
And then it poofs
Smile.
away, of course, because it's an illusion.
There's the problem. You can't keep it when you're done. I will sort of flick it over towards him like a paper airplane, the one that I made.
Well, life is fleeting, and so are the memories of everybody. It's quite interesting. By the time that you're dead, I'll have probably just about reached maturity.
That's it's an interesting thought.
I bet you're wishing you had switched with Rando.
He didn't know what to do. He didn't want to be offensive.
Well, because elves live for centuries, but I make a very good effort to try and keep the memory of those that I spend time with me. Fane almost seems like really serious for a moment. And then he smiles and says, well, you can probably just go to bed.
Oh, all right. I'll just stand up, brush my pants off, and good night.
Night.
Just line my
And
tent, closed from the inside, tied up.
Fane will just wait for Gemma to come out of her trance and then swapsies.
Alrighty, everybody give me a D10.
Swapsies. So did you take my bird that I gave you?
Yes, Fane will have tucked that away.
Nice. Slowly distribute items to the entire party. Right after they're all laced with anthrax.
I was just going to ask if they were all cursed items.
Got a wide variety.
You did, and the night passes uneventful.
Damn it.
Yes.
Damn it.
I rolled a 1.
Every night, Gemma's gonna predict the weather for the next day.
Okay. It is same as today. Sunshine, blue skies.
She'll smile a little when she does it.
Yeah, it makes you feel good.
Yeah, it's nice. Blue skies are nice.
Yeah. Do you know when you wake up, Rando? He never actually wakes up, like as if he were pissed off or anything like that.
Wait, what?
Do people
One more
normally wake up grumpy?
Well, honestly, it depends on your sleeping habit and even being woken up after say 8 hours of rest. You're being bugged out of sleep in a sense. I'm just.
So you wake up like a peaceful bear.
Basically.
Aw.
basically when Gemma goes to wake him up, he never wakes up, like straight up or anything like that, making it seem like he's ready to kill someone.
All right, good to know.
I imagine Rando sleeps like a big dog, just on his back, and stretched out. His leg kicks in the night.
He usually prefers a tree, so he's actually sitting up.
Well,
as usual, Fane kind of awakes with a start, and I have to prepare my spells, he says in the morning, and shuffles through his papers that he takes out of a scroll case. Not that he has a spell book, of course.
Gemma just raises her eyebrows and doesn't say anything.
whenever Abel wakes up, you can usually hear a small tune coming from his tent for maybe 30 seconds as he wakes up.
Every time Gemma's gonna listen to it and try and learn it. Is it the same song every time, or is it different?
Similar stylings, but different songs. But again, he does his best to be as quiet as possible.
If Gemma can hear it, she's gonna try to learn it.
You have to strain.
Some rogue.
You have to strain to hear it. Almost pressing your ear against the tent.
He has his own sneaking song.
He's very quiet.
He just hums Mission Impossible when he...
I like that. That's a good idea. All right, we're going to stop here.